Alrighty. Oh, we're taking a dump as soon as I start the stream. Ain't that nice? Was that 35? About 25? About 20 points? 20-point dump? Wow. Let's yeah. All right, let's test everything, make sure everything's running. I've changed quite a few things around. Do. All right, it seems like it's running. Yeah. Make sure this link works. Working. Okay. Yeah, so this is what we got here. I've updated this. I've updated this pretty good. Wow, we're really taking a dump. I wish I would have caught that. There was no imbalance. There was nothing going. There we go. Now we got a 40 lot that just kicked off. About 15 minutes to the open. Yeah. Okay. We'll see what we got. All right, it's 9:15. The only news we have is think Fed Bowman's speaking. Fed Bowman speaking at 11 o'clock. Fed Bowman speaks at 11 o'clock. About 15 minutes to the open. Let's see what we have here. Uh, where's that funded account? That one's right there. That's number 52. Okay. All righty. Okay. All righty. And what else do we have for accounts? I don't know if I'm going to be able to use this DOM because there's some performance issues I really need to take care of right now, to be quite honest. Um, I know someone asked in the comments if I'm going to have executions this week, and that's definitely not going to happen. Executions are pretty big deal to code in because I'm not I'm not able to leverage off of Ninja Trader. Like on the chart trader, when you create an indicator, it's pretty easy to leverage off of it. Um, but with this, I might have to, with an add on, you are in control of everything. You have to do everything. You even have to create a window Just because you create an add-on, nothing shows up. You actually have to create a window and everything. So I'm gonna have to do that all by hand in the very beginning. So I don't know what's going to happen. I will eventually have executions. So on the daily, if you look at the daily, we're just kind of grinding down. We're definitely in a downtrend. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to use this DOM. I really need to fix those performance issues with the DOM. I need to get that done. There definitely are some performance issues with the DOM that need to be hashed out. Yeah, I had here. Hold on, let me mute myself. Alrighty. We got about 10 minutes to the open. Yeah, we got about 8 minutes to the open. So, yeah, nothing's going on as far as news. If you look at the news, Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei, I don't closure of Straits of Hormuz should be continued as a tool to pressure enemy. Iran Supreme Leader. So, okay. Yeah, this is not going to be good. Iran Supreme Leader Straits of Hormuz should stay closed. Okay. So they got a new leader, but I guess I'm not going to talk about it. Uh, it is what it is. Uh, I'm not going to talk about it. It is what it is with Iran. But I will tell you, I spent 5 years in the United States Marine Corps, so you probably understand where I stand on this situations on most things. All right, we're dumping. We got 5 minutes to the open. Um, so I did an update on the order flow pulse. I did an update on that. I got the bars looking. I thought it would be like, oh, I want to try something new, and then try to have it all centered and everything. But no platform does that. No platform does that. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not too. So I'm just going to keep. I'm going to put it on the left hand side and kind of use like as a profile on the order flow pulse. And I also added where you can kind of do that. And then if you control click, you can scroll back. Now you can only scroll back 2 hours. And if you double click, if you double click the chart, it takes you right back to the beginning. So I've added that. That's up there. That's down. You can download it. There's a few more things that I'm going to add and everything. Yeah, there's just a few more things I'm going to add, but it'll all get there. I should have done it that way. 6 9. Yeah, I don't know. 1 minute. The 1 minute is hard to really scalp because these algos rule the 1 minute, the lower time frames on the NQ. The algos rule this crap. No, I'll be doing something stupid. Alrighty. We got 4 minutes to the open. Got a few minutes to the open. Iran's leader said the Straits of Hormuz should be closed, so that probably oil is going to get probably hammered on that this morning. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, we're starting off the morning a little bit red, but who cares? We'll straighten it out. Um, shouldn't be trading in the morning, to be quite honest, right before the bell opens up. But who cares? Um, yeah. Well, just see if we can't get a nice run and see what happens. All right, we got 2 minutes to the open. We got 2 minutes to the open. We will see what happens. 2 minutes to the open. Let's go ahead and clear this out. We've got 1 minute to the open. Go ahead and clear that again. I like having this cleared out. The DOM has got some performance issues I need to kind of work out, to be quite honest. I need to bring up trading view just to make sure that everything's 776, yeah. 780, 780, 780, yeah. So, 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm gonna just go ahead and click it, clear it. Let's go ahead and see what we can do. And we lagged a little bit on handled exception. That is the daggone DOM. That is the daggone DOM. The DOM is getting me hammered. Um, yeah, this thing's jumping around like a wild man. We got a little spike up, and then we kind of wick, and we're kind of wicking down on the first minute. We got a little persistent buying. We need to tick bin this to 4. We need to tick bin that to 4. Those large orders there, I don't know what they, and that was 88. Maybe they need to clear that out. Maybe I need to clear that out. I think I need to, the DOM needs some work. I know there was someone asking in comments, am I going to have execution buttons? No, not right now. Not this week. Definitely not this week. There's just one of me, and there's too much that needs to be done. Execution buttons are going to come later once I get everything hashed out. And plus, I needed to find out what does the majority of the people using it want? Uh, because you can do the execution buttons on the chart with the indicator. You can just use Chart Trader. Uh, would people want execution buttons on Order Flow Pulse or the DOM? Because execution buttons are a pretty substantial coding thing to do, because with an add-on you don't have the leverage of Chart Trader or anything like that. You don't have the leverage of Chart Trader or anything like that. You don't have the leverage of Chart Trader or anything like that just because it's an add-on. All right. I'm not feeling that. There's too many wicks. I might have to tick bin that to, yeah, I might have to tick bin that to 4, I bet. Um, so each bar is just 1 point. That's just too much noise for me. What was that? Count 21. Yeah, I missed that. That was a nice volume move right there. We got some resting orders up here for resistance. That would have only been a few points, to be quite honest. I need to wait for the market to settle down. I need to wait for the market to settle down for at least 10 minutes and find out where we're going to be going. The Dom is definitely got some things that need to be hashed out. I mean, we got resting orders down there that is not kosher, to be quite honest. I don't know why they're down there. Uh, see what happens when it comes back. Yeah, so it cleared it out. Yeah, there's just some things with the Dom that really need to be worked out, to be quite honest. There's some things on the Dom that need to be worked out. I really enjoy a Dom because I've traded off of the Jigsaw trading platform for years, Dom scalping that. Um, and if it was just me, I would just code the Dom and just do the order execution buttons. But since I got one indicator, two add-ons, the order flow bars for the well, a few other stuff that I've got out there too. But um, as far as add-ons, order flow pulse for the heat map, and then you have the DOM. Those are the two add-ons. And when you do an add-on, you got to code every single thing yourself. You don't have the luxury of the backing of the NinjaTrader API system like you do with an indicator, because with an indicator, you can just throw that on a chart and you got all the candlesticks and everything there. You got the chart trader there. You have the right click and everything for uh, order executions. But with an add on, you got to build every single thing yourself, which is fine. That's not a problem. We got some resting orders down here. We have a lot of distribution in this area and also right here. So that's around 780. So around 780, we could have support. If we break that 780, we could possibly go down. Um, if we break this area right here, we got some resting orders right here. The resting orders I have set a minimum of 10. So it has to be 10 or more to actually show up. We got a 40 lot that kicked off right here earlier. We had a 40 lot that kicked off earlier, but we're trading above that. But I don't even think they're down there. We got some resting orders up here at 849. The uh, the chart right now can be kind of dragged around the timeline, or the price line can be dragged around. You just scroll. You do a mouse scroll. And then I just added a double click to recenter. I gotta update that. But also there's going to be version control right here where it says bend for ticks. That just tells you what you've changed. Maybe I really don't even need that. We got a lot of resting orders up there. We need some large buying. I'm not seeing any large buying, any large bubble buying. We had that large seller right there. Right there around 793, you had a large seller. That was about it. We got some resting orders up here around 849. We had that large seller with 40 contracts come in, but that was it. That was it. And that was pre-market. Um, I was pre-market. I took a couple trades. I'm a little negative because I was stupid and I was clicking buttons in pre-market. I don't know why I did that. I don't trade pre-market. I don't know. Sometimes I wake up and I'm just stupid. Um, I it's because I got like 5 funded accounts with Bullnox, and I'm like, "Yeah, let's just go ahead and, uh, start clicking buttons." But yeah, you gotta be disciplined. This morning, pre-market, I was not disciplined. So, right here, you're seeing the order flow pulse, and you're seeing the order flow DOM. The DOM's a prototype. The DOM needs some loving because, it's got some performance issues I need to take care of. And also, I'm running a MacBook on Parallels, and I'll show you right now, I'm only giving Windows 10 gigs of memory, so I'm choking the crap out of it, and if my system can run fast, then I know on Parallels with 10 gigs for Windows, I know other people can, have pretty good performance. So we got some resting orders up there at 849. They've been sitting up there. Uh We've got a 5 minute that looks like this. This is the 5 minute order flow pulse. I've added the 5 minute. You have 5 minute, minute, 30 second, 15, 5 seconds, and then the live pulse. Live pulse is like bookmap, just shows the bubbles. It just creates the volume of the bubbles within 100 milliseconds, all the orders that come in. I might take away the 5 and 15 second. I don't even think that's really needed, to be quite honest. But this is what the 5 minute looks like. The 5 minute right here, we kind of opened up. We have a lot of distribution in this area, 785 and 770 around that 15 point area. So if we start losing this area, we're starting to lose this area right here. We probably come on down to 785. Um, that's what I'm looking at right here. I need to code in some drawing tools. When you create an add-on, NinjaTrader, I don't have any drawing tools. We got some ghost uh, resting order up there. I don't know why the DOM is doing that, but yeah, the DOM needs some coding done to it. Needs a little bit of love. Like I said, we broke that area and we're coming down here to this area. We got a 77 lot that just kicked off. Um, we have a 77 lot that just kicked off. What you doing? Hey, thank you. Hey, high five. Good job. What? You want to trade? No, you don't want to trade? Okay, thank you. Um, all right. I got interrupted. We got I got a 5-year-old daughter, and when they know I trade in the morning, but she brought me breakfast. Um, so I might not be able to talk too much. We got a 77 lot that kicked off, and also we got that 40 lot that kicked off earlier. That 40 lot pre-market that kicked off. If we start losing this, we could possibly go down. Um, but we got some resting orders right there. So if you're trying to get short, your stop is up there around 793, should be. Um, We need to dump. And we need some volume to start kicking in. We got some volume kicking in. We really need the resting orders on the bids. They start absorbing this stuff. This is not going to be good. I got out. I got out for a couple points. I don't like that. I got out for a couple points just because I just don't like that. We're just sitting here. We got some resting orders up here. I tried to get in right up in here. We had some large selling right there, but they really couldn't break this area right here. Now they broke it. Okay, there we go. I mean, I thought for sure they would dump it hard, and I guess they are now. Uh, this is what I'm looking at on a 5 minute right here. We had that 40 lot and the 77 lot. So when we lost this area right here, the low on the 5 minute, you can actually go short and try to get yourself in. Yeah, resting orders down here at 705. I just didn't like this area right here because we have some volume coming in. When they had volume coming in, we really weren't breaking down. Then we finally uh, ran down, but we ran down quite a bit. So you got volume coming in right here. If you start trading above that, right there at 737, you have some volume on the 1 minute. So right now, if you start trading above this right here, boy, this would have been a nice short if I would have held it. Here, let me. That's roughly about 60 points right there. That's roughly about a 60-point move. So we got a 36 lot uh, fire. We got some resting orders right up there. On the 1 minute we're looking at right here, you got some good buy volume right there. So if you caught this short right here at the break with that 77 contracts that kicked off and you got that short, you definitely uh, wanted to be taking profits. I'm trying to eat and trade at the same time. This ain't working. Yeah, sorry I ain't talking. I'm trying to stream, eat, and trade at the same time. So I'm almost done. Ah, can't walk people through this in my fucking mouth. Yeah, the reason you can't hear me because I was on mute. Um, yeah, I gotta close out that DOM. It's just choking out the memory. I've got some performance things I need to work on that DOM. Okay, this is the 5 minute. The 5 minute is kind of shaping up. We had that 42 contracts right there. I went long right there, and I made some of my money back. And then, of course, I traded the wrong funded account, so I'm up in that one. The short earlier, we got 77 contracts, sell contracts that kicked off. That is one contract too. I mean, not one contract. That's one order right there. So when we break this low right there, this is on a 5 minute, and we kind of ran down. We really didn't have any bids rest in there, so we kind of traveled down. Then that 42, we had some area right here down below. Down below, you had some resting orders right there down below for the bids. So we kind of came down, we didn't break that area right there. Once we started trading above that 42, and we had this ledge right here on the volume profile for the 1 minute chart. Once you start trading above that, you're above the point of control. And once you break that high, you can probably try to get yourself a nice little scalp. And that's what I did on that one funded account. So that's looking good. If you're trying to trade this right here, if you're trying to trade this breakout, you got to be careful because for one, we got this area right here. This is just a bounce area. And if you do try to get in, what I like to do, and you got to be careful because you had that 77 lot up there. That's going to be resistance right there. That 77 up there. That's going to be resistance. Plus you had this area right here. You got to break through that around that 750 area. But let's say you got long right here. What you are looking at, let me widen this up. Each bar is 1 point because I've tick merged it. The bin, I've tick merged it to 4. Okay. So each bar is 1 point on the NASDAQ. What you're looking for is that green right there. You definitely want to see that. So if you buy the 62 on the break right here, you have 62. You have like a market maker or institution that just bought 62 contracts right at that price. Okay. And once you break this, the momentum is up. Okay. And I'm looking at the other chart with my moving average, and it's up there. Now we have some yeah. So when you come up here, you see this low volume, and you see the resting orders up there. You just want to get out. Just take your profits and get out because this is low volume right here, extremely low volume. And you see how fast we traveled from here to here on low volume. Well, the reason we travel so fast because that's not an area of interest for anybody, to be quite honest, because it's extremely low volume. Plus, you have this selling right here, and you lost that on the previous, and that has low volume. That has low volume. That's why we traveled down. So this area right here, we could probably slow down, and then this area right here. What I like to do is look at the previous areas, like this area right here. We had a lot of buy-in in there on that 1 minute volume profile bar. That's what I like to look at. So you can easily get yourself like 10 points or more for a scalp doing stuff like this, just trading the backing of large contracts. Now, it would have been nice if that 62 was right up here, up top, and then get in on the break of that and try to get yourself some. But we got some resting orders up there at 753. So it's basically I got like 3 or 4 evals. Yesterday I got like three or four evals above 51,000. So I just need a couple thousand to pass them. Got like 5 funded accounts. 2 of them I've already activated. and they're above 51,000, so they're looking okay. Um, we got a lot of large resting orders up in here, but that's what you can do. You can go up here, you can get in on the break. Let's say you got in at like 7:20 and you run up here to like 7:35, you get yourself about 10, 15 points. And then just base hits. That's all you need. Yesterday, I had a fantastic runner on a short, and I'll be quite honest with you, I got lucky on that. Um, that was a nice home run short, but I got lucky on it. Um, I had two contracts on too. The video shows one contract. I had two contracts because we got short. I, I sold a little bit on the pop down. I sold a little bit, moved to a break even, then I started trailing. And once it was a big winner, that's when I started taking those screenshots. If I was thinking, well, OBS wasn't even up, so I couldn't record it. I need to possibly keep OBS up so when stuff like that happens and I'm not streaming, I can just go ahead and click record and go right through it. Uh, and then walk as I'm in the trade, walk why I'm putting stops where I'm putting them and stuff like that. But see how this is low volume? We have low volume right here, and this area is really not that interesting. We kinda slammed down a little bit, and then we're building out the buy volume right here at 713, but if you look at it, that's where the interest was right there on that 1-minute candle right there. So if we lose this, let me bring over the, yeah, see the chart right now is working fast. That DOM is got some performance issues I need to fix. Um, I've already tick binned it to 4. He- this is some wide movements this morning. Um, if we lose this area right here, I'm not sure, 790, somewhere around there, no, I'm sorry, 695. If we lose that area right here, if we lose this area, you've got that 36 contracts and you got that 62 contracts. You roughly got about 100 contracts that are going to be taking heat. Do I know if they're still in? I have no idea. I'm just assuming they're still in. Uh, that, but once they start taking heat at around 690, we could come down here and test the 650 area. And we got some large volume on this 5-minute candle right here. So if they break this, they could travel right back down to 6.5. And on this break, you need to see volume kick up on the 1 minute. So now you need to see volume kick up on the 1 minute. You need to see a lot of red over here on this 1 minute. You don't want to see green bars getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and just sitting there because they're just getting absorbed. Right now we got more buyers than sellers, but we need the sellers to really start pushing down. We need that delta to really pick up. Right now we're at negative 200 delta. We need to be negative 20. We need to be negative, like we just created a new 1-minute candle. But also here's the deal. If you've already gotten in on this trade on the short, if you've already gotten in here, and let's say you're in at 690 and you're already at 680, you probably want to be selling half and then just move to a break even. Because right now, we're not breaking through this area right here. This area right here, we're not breaking through. Those buyers, those green bars are starting to grow. We're really not breaking through. So personally, I would be selling half and moving to a break even. I know not everybody, I know some of these gurus are going to tell you, oh, I do a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, or I take a full stop out. Well, I really don't care what they do because with me, I've been trading NQ futures before prop firms came out, before micros came out, and I had to sling around the minis with the big boys, and I only had, um, a small account, and I had to learn capital preservation. And I could only trade 1 contract. So when I saw that, I just moved my stop up here. So right now, you kinda broke down where you wanna put your stop is probably up here at around 688, because if you break this area right here, we're gonna be traveling back up. Right now, we're just starting to grind back down. Now on the 5 minute, right here, this ledge right here, we're gonna have to get through that, and then this area will probably travel down to 6 half. That's what I'm that's what my thought process is. That that is what my thought process is. Um, yeah, so we're traveling back down to this area right up in here, up in this area, up in 6 half area. Uh, that yellow line, you see how we're getting to this area and it's starting to travel, bounce back up because you have a lot of distribution in that area. Let me, let me bring over the 5 minute. Take a look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute, as you can see here, we broke that area right there. If you got in, I'll say you got in at 690, and right now you're at 670. You got about 20-point winner. Yeah, you really need to be taking some some profits. When you see a delta surge right like that up to 100, yeah, that's. I mean, you could see the volume drying up right here. The volume was drying up right up in this area. You don't have to get right down to the exact point of like 6 half right here, but this should have given you a nice little short right here, because the reason we got a nice little short is because you had 36 contracts right here, 62 right there. You've got 108 contracts. You get about 100 contracts right there, and we start breaking this area. They are looking at it and they know that we could travel down to easily 6 half because of the amount of volume and distribution, or the lack of distribution in this whole area right here, from like uh 695 all the way to like 655. The lack of volume up in there. When I say distribution, I mean volume. The lack of volume up in there, that's what that is. And these institutions know that. So if they got 100 contracts, they're not going to be taking that much heat. They're going to go ahead and cut it and just wait and get back in. Or if the algos are trading it. You know, they understand. They're not looking at it. They're not looking at charts like we're looking at. They're not looking at bubbles with the amount of contracts or something. They've got other terminals that they look at, and a- and they look and they know what other institutions like BlackRock knows what Citadel is doing. For one, they've got trade IDs, and they're privileged to understand that. They know that Citadel just kicked off like 100 lots or something. So they know all that. They are privileged to that information. We're not privileged to that information. So we kind of have to go off of this and put the odds in our favor. Yep, now we're right back here. You got some resting orders at 713 right up in here. They kind of yanked a little bit of them because it got darker. When it gets real light color opacity, that means there's higher offers on the book. That's 1030. At 705, you got a resting offer up there at 705. So we're just we're not doing very much. We're just in this area right here. I'm not going to really try and take a break of this area right here. If you look at the 5 minute, I'm really not going to try and trade this break right here. The reason not, the reason I would not try, me personally, why I would not try and trade this is because this 5 minute right here, this 5 minute right here has got a lot of green right there. So let's see what happens. If they slam right through it, then yeah, that's real bearish. We got some resting offers right there. Let's see if they get absorbed in this area. What I mean by absorbed is you got a lot of selling right up in there. Okay, you got large uh, bids sitting on the book right there. But right here, what we're looking at is it's coming down here. It's not the delta is negative. It's starting to climb slightly. The delta, yeah, -80. But that's why I need to. I'm looking at the other chart. I'm looking at this chart right here for the delta. I need to put the delta on the order flow pulse when I find the time to do that with all the other stuff I'm doing with it. Uh, okay, now we're starting to break through, but in the beginning, and see light volume, and we kind of travel right back up. So, are they going to get absorbed up in this area? And what I mean by absorbed is a lot of sell volume, but they're not moving it down. Uh, they're not able to move it down. They kind of spiked it down a few points, but they really haven't moved it down significantly. We have some large bids sitting there at around 621. Okay, now we got an 89 lot that just kicked off. Wow. So let's see if they get absorbed up in this area right here. That's 89 contracts in that area right there. You see that big, large bar right there? Now let's see if they get absorbed at 621. They have 189 contracts. They just kicked off a sell contract. Now we start, See how that bar's growing? That green bar? Up, I have 176 contracts kick off. We got some serious players up in this area. We got some serious players up in this area. I would not try to get short, even though you got these large players right here, 189, 176. That right there is institutional trading market makers. That's market makers. These market makers will sit there and buy stuff from these institutions, hedge against it, and then trade it throughout the day. We have this large area right here, and they're not really um, being able to break through. So they could get absorbed right here. They could get absorbed right here, or they could keep traveling down. If they get absorbed and we start traveling back up, they could get squeezed out. But you just have to sit here and wait for it. So you got the 1 minute. So you got the 1 minute right there. You got some bids sitting on the offer right there. Um, yeah. So they're just sitting there. We got 194 contracts that kicked off. Yeah, they got some serious sellers in this area. We got some bids right here, just sitting right here. Have 189.76. If these guys right here start taking heat at around 6:30, that could be a nice long because they're going to be covering. That's like 2, 4, 6. It's like roughly 600 contracts right up in this area. And I'm looking at the 5 minute volume profile right here. And we got a lot of buy orders right up in here. Right here, we got that 194 right there. If they don't start really breaking down, the buyers, if you start seeing the buy, like over here on the 1 minute, if you start seeing some large green bars getting filled up, and there's more green bars that are wider than the red, then they're getting absorbed. Right now, they ain't. They just keep slamming it down. That's a lot. That's a lot of. We got 37 lot that just kicked off. I'm looking over here at the 1 minute. Yeah, if they start getting, if you can't just go long on this 194 right here. When that 194 starts taking heat, you just can't just jump in because you got about 400 sell contracts right up here. You got to wait up here about 6 1/4 and really kinda wait and see if you can't get a pop. And you got that 5 minute right there with the, bids sitting on the book right there. See that dark, blue? It's right up in here too, 600 right here, 600, but you got some selling right up in here too. And I have the resting orders set to 20 on this area right here for the 5 minute. So if you get in, you can get in a little bit and see if we can't get a squeeze on this. But if you start taking too much heat, if these sellers start taking too much heat, you can get a nice little squeeze. On that 1 minute, you got a little, you got some volume right there. You look over at the 5 minute right here. They're just sitting there. On the 5 minute, they're just sitting there. We got some people sitting on the book right there on the bid. You got some people sitting on the book over there on the bid. I mean, that's good, but we really need to be pushing up. We really need to push up. That's not what you want to see if you're trying to go long. You got 116 there. If you're trying to go long, you need to think about cutting. Yeah, that is. So we're back at that area again. You got some resting orders at 6.5 on the offer. And it's 10:40. We got a lot of buying up in here. They're trying to break through. I thought for sure once we started breaking through here and we got up into this area that we would go ahead and squeeze them out, but I guess I was wrong. but we might be able to try it again. They might try and squeeze them out. Who knows? In the 5 minute, you got that 5 minute forming a nice by ledge volume. You see there on the 5 minute. In that 5 minute, you got this ledge right here, this area right here that they were building out. Down here is thin volume. We got some resting orders right here, the bids. We got some bids right there, even on the 5 minute, as you can see right there. We have 100. We had 105 cell contracts that just kicked off. They are seriously trying to push this thing down. That is some seriousness right there. That is some serious selling right there. If these guys get squeezed out, and I thought for sure we were going to do it right up in here in this 630 area, right up in here. I thought for sure we were going to do it, and then I had to take a stop. I'm just sitting waiting again. But you've got a lot of selling up in there. We got a lot of volume being picked up in here. We got resting order around there at 630. They might be able to break it through. Um, I'm just peeling off a little bit right there. I'm just peeling off a little bit right there. So I tried to get in. I tried to get in up in here, and I took a stop, and then I tried it again, and then now I'm up 20 points on this trade. Yeah, we'll see what happens. and I just took it off. I'm not gonna play with it. Um, I just took it off because we got some resting orders up in this area right here. So I just took it off. I don't know how many points that was. That was like 2 contracts. So I just kinda took it off. I can always get back in. I mean, you got 59 lot right there, but you got some resting orders. Um, Possibly what I wanna try and do is see if we can't shoot up and then, see if we can't run up and then get on the pullback. See if we run up and then get in on the pullback. Um, yeah. Um, See if we can't get in on a pullback. Maybe we won't get a pullback. Who knows? Yep, that's a nice little short squeeze right there. If you got that, good job. That is a nice little short squeeze. Man, I should have recorded that one. All right, let me bring this over here. What is that? 10? Okay. Do, 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 do. All right, we've got that's a 1 minute right there. So this is the 5 minute. We had all this distribution up in here, all this shorts right up in here. There were there was a lot of them. I mean, how many was there? Like, let's just round this out to 2, 4, 6, 8, probably like 1,000, 800 to 1,000 contracts, like close to 1,000 shorts right here. I thought for sure when we got up into here, I tried to get it and I had to take a stop out. So then we had more shorts come in. So they were really pushing it down, but you have to look at the high. You see how that color is? You have to look at that real blue, oh, light blue area. That means there's a lot of resting orders. And I'm looking at a 1 minute. And then once we broke this area right here, once we broke that area right there again, go ahead and get in. You have 59 contracts right here. You had an inside bar on the 1 minute right here. Inside bar on the 1 minute. You had a lot of area right there. So once we start breaking this area again, I went on ahead and got in. Now I got out right here up in this resting one of these resting offers right there. I kind of got out, and then I should have held because we had a nice little pop. We had a nice pop. It was a big huge pop. If you were holding on that, great. Now if I was thinking, I should have just went on ahead and pulled the trigger again on once I saw that 59. Once I saw that 50, I should have pulled the trigger and then uh, took some more profits. But the thing is, let's say you come up here and you take profits, and then you do see something like this. Go ahead and think about it because right now you've got the backing of about 100 contracts right here. You got the backing. If you come down to this area right here, you got to get out. But we broke that area and we got a nice little squeeze because all these shorts right here are thinking, okay, we're taking some heat, we're covering, and then it just puts fuel to the fire and we run up. And now we just kind of drifted right back on down because you had some large resting offers right there. We just drifted right back on down. Okay. Oh, 196. Wow. Yep. They really, really, really want to push this down today. They really want to push this today. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what we have here, well, let's look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute, we got a lot of resting bids down in here. We had all these shorts. We have about 1,000 contracts sitting here that are short. Right now, they're not getting rewarded. Those shorts are not getting rewarded. We got a nice little pop, but then we drifted right back down on this 5 minute. I mean, we have traveled quite a bit. We are moving a lot. If I were you, I would size down, to be quite honest, because we have got a lot of movement. You can easily pass accounts. You can also easily blow them up. Got 196 contracts right there. So this right here, let's look at the 1 minute real quick. This right here is telling me if you come up here, let's take a look at this. If you come up here, so we had this big, huge pop, low volume. We had a huge pop, and we had those offers sitting there, and we had a big red bar. As soon as you see that right there on low volume on a pop, and you see big red volume right there, that's a sign that you really want to start getting out because right here, if we break that 54 right there, since this is really thin volume, we can travel down pretty quickly because that's thin volume right there. We can, if we break that 54, we can travel pretty quickly as we did. We can travel pretty quickly down to this area right here. I mean, that went pretty quick. It went up pretty quick. And the reason it went up pretty quick, let's see if we understand right up in this area. Yeah, there's really not a whole lot for me to really take a look at, uh, but that's what we have. So we went up here. Okay, so on the 5 minute, when I'm looking at this area right here where that 62 is, we had large selling area right there on that volume profile. We had a large selling area. So that was an interest of selling. And guess where that is where we kind of sold off. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Um, I'm trying to do too much at once. What I need to do is shut that Discord down and don't even mess with it, to be quite honest. Yeah, let me do that. All right, let me focus here. Um, so we're looking at a 5 minute right here. We have a lot. I mean, there's like 1,000 contracts right here selling. They are not getting rewarded. They possibly uh, got out up in this area, right up in here. I have no idea. I'm not sure. I'm just assuming. I'm just assuming. Now, these bubbles right here, I need to make them a little bit smaller. I need to put out an update, make this a little bit smaller. I did do an update for the order flow pulse. I'm going to do another update tonight. More than likely, I'm gonna do another update tonight, and I need to throw out a video of how to. I have a video on the website, and all this stuff is for free right now. I mean, you need level 2 if you want to see the heat map. All this stuff is free for right now. While I'm building this out, and pretty soon it's going to be out to the public, and people can support the project if they want. I gotta put a video out explaining everything. I do have a video out explaining a little bit of this. And also last night I added the 5 minute because I added the 5 minute. I was trading off a Ninja Trader, another 5 minute chart, and I'm like, you know what? I want to get rid of all the Ninja Trader charts that I trade off of and just build my own for Ninja Trader. So that's what I'm doing. You got the 5 minute here, you got the 1 minute, 30 second. I think I'm gonna take the 15 and 5 second out because that's not needed. And you have live pulse. I mean, the live pulse is pretty nice. Do, do, do. I probably have way too much going on. Uh, if you look at live pulse, let's look at NQMAR26. We'll do a minimum volume. So it has to have at least 2 volume. Large volume is the bubbles that show up, but they don't really show up for the live pulse. The resting orders, I'm just going to put to 10. And I'm not going to tick bin it. It's just going to be 1 tick. And then it's just going to be live pulse right here. And then you can just click apply. And what this does is just kind of basically looks like bookmap, to be quite honest. Uh, I've had, as a left, yeah, just send, Just go to the site and send screenshots and just send it to support@orderflowbars.com. Just send a screenshot of uh, what you're explaining, and then just write in the email, and I'll take a look at it. Has the profile with a left margin instead of center? Yes. Yeah. So yeah, it's not centered anymore. It's left margin, like most trading platforms are. So it's left aligned, and it grows from left out outward to the right. So here's the question. Should I mean, most platforms have it like this with the profile, okay? And okay, it does look better. Okay, because I mean, in the future, I can put it so where how you want it to be: left, right, upside down, center. Uh, it's just most platforms have it like this. Um, so I just kind of want to stick with that. Now the live pulse right here, uh, that right there, resting orders 5. These bubbles right now, there's not a lot going on. I can't trade off this, to be quite honest. I just really can't. It's just I've been trading other ways so many years. I just can't trade this. But each bubble, it counts all the volume within 100 milliseconds. It counts all the volume, and it goes off of that. But what I'm going to do, let's bring up the 5 minute. So right now, all these shorts in this area are really not taking much heat. They took a lot of heat up here. And of course, I tried to get long right here on the break of this area right here. I tried to get long, and then I got stopped out. And then I was like, okay, then I got long again, and then I got paid. Um, so yeah, from the I mean, basically the 2 funded accounts I'm trading, I'm kinda like I made money on one funded account, lost a little bit on the other one, so it's kinda like, yeah, you're not gonna be profitable, you're not gonna have green days every single day. Now, I would've if I wasn't crazy and started clicking buttons pre-market. uh, I normally don't do that, I don't know why I did. I kinda lost my head. I've added the 5 minute here I'm gonna keep the 1 minute and 30 second. I think I'm gonna take out the 15 and 5. I just don't know if people are really gonna use that, to be quite honest. Um, in the future, what I would like to do is have this, I just really don't yeah, I know. I mean, the 15 and 5 second, that's just kinda useless, to be quite honest. I mean, if you go down that far, you might as well just go to the live pulse mode. And I do scalp on the 30 second. It's kind of rare that I do, but I do. The only way I do is when I have my hotkeys and I scalp on the 30 second, but that's really all that is. We have 183 contracts that kicked off. So they are definitely still interested in shorting this area right here. We have 183. So they're definitely still interested in shorting this area. To be quite honest, if you made money on this little short squeeze right here, if you made money on that short squeeze, to be honest, I wouldn't trade that account. If you're profitable on that account, I'd just probably flip to something else, just trade an eval. They are showing today that they want to sell. They are showing they want to sell. And we had a pop. I thought for sure we would have a pop and a pullback to this area where that 89 lot kicked off around 640. And then because normally you might get a pop and then we'll have a pullback, and then I'll wait for a pullback and you can get long and you can get a nice little runner for the day. That didn't happen. We popped, we pulled back to here, and now we're staying down here. So that's little, and that's a little concerning. So I'm gonna have to be careful with my longs. Uh, you might get a nice pop. Whoops, what was that? Oh, okay. And we had this large resting offers up here around 712. It looks like in that area around 712. It looks like in that area, and I've got the resting order set to 20 on the 5 minute. So I mean, if you set it to like 10, like I do on the 1 minute, you just see too much. You can actually even possibly just set it to 25, to be quite honest, and you'll probably be fine. What about 30? That's a little too much. Well, yeah. Um, like resting orders up to 20, you got that area right there at 712 that they had a huge amount of selling volume right there. And you look at this 5 minute right here, this distribution up in this area was a lot of selling, and then we moved down. So they really pushed that down. That was this area right here. We had some low volume, and they really pushed it down. So it's 11 o'clock. So what I'm going to do with these bars, for order flow pulse, what I'm going to do is I need to put in, we got the big orders showing up. We got the large orders showing up. What I need to do is kind of make the bubbles a little bit smaller, to be quite honest. I want to make them a little bit smaller. Uh, I'm going to put out a video. I'm going to put out a video. I'm going to do a little bit of work on the order flow pulse tonight. There's just a few things I want to get going. Like right now, you can move this like this. You can move it, and uh, if you control left click, you can move it around by controlling left click. And if you double click, it takes you right back, except for that double click. I don't have that out there quite yet. That I just updated it. I just need to throw it out there. I just need to compile it and put it on the site for the download. But that'll be there tonight. And also, um, there's going to be a version number right here where it says Ben 4 ticks. There's going to be a version number uh, right here on this window, on this area. It'll say version like 1.0.1 or whatever. So you'll know what version you're on. You'll know what version you're on. That way, when I do an update, you can just log into the site, log into your profile, go to the indicators, and it'll say download version. Like tonight, it'll say download version 1.0.2. And if you're on point one and there's point two out, well, you need to update. And it's very easy to update. You just re-import it, and they'll ask you. I need to create a video when people are installing this because the windows pop up and says, make sure it comes from a trusted source. Do you agree that it has to compile? And the reason it has to compile is because when you click on new, you see the order flow pulse, an OFB pulse, OFB DOM, which I have. Uh, there's going to be more stuff that's going to be coming out. And what I'm going to do is probably just create my own menu right after the chat for the main window, like the main window. I'm just going to, right beside chat, just have OFB. So when you click on it, you'll have other stuff. Now, the stuff that I am really once this gets released out in a state that's pretty decent, what I would like to do is also work on building out an actual profile, because right now this is profile with large orders and stuff. I'd like to have another window that you can open up that has like the where you can set it to like 30 minutes and it goes back like 10 days and it shows you a volume profile with the value areas, with the point of control that and all that, and then be able to put in a VWAP if you want that, things like that. Uh, that'll probably come out in a couple weeks, maybe. I've got the code and everything I can just reuse for the order flow pulse. A lot of the code I can just reuse. Um, but yeah, we're just kind of slowly drifting down here to 183 lot. We kind of had an inside bar on the 5 minute right there. Um, I mean, and I do like trading inside bars. I mean, they're really nice. If you're sloping downwards like this, you got an inside bar and that volume right there. You have most of the volume up in this area right here. You get in on the break of that, maybe you can get yourself about 10 points. I mean, why not? Throw in a couple contracts, get about 10 points, sell one, move to a break even. Try to get yourself a runner on the break of the low right here of this bar right here, and then maybe try to get the low of the day right there. Also, with the order flow pulse, what I'm going to do, I'm not trying to compete with Bookmap because I can't. I cannot. They're just too large of a organization that make multi-million dollars a month. They have a team of engineers. So, but what I would like to do that Bookmap has is right here on the price line. Uh, I would like to have a histogram showing the amount of resting orders there are. Like above the yellow line right here. Well, let's go over to the 1 minute. Like above the yellow line, have all the resting orders like on the right hand side as a histogram. That's what I would like to work on next. Is once I get the update for this one, just the small things I just need to clean up for the order flow pulse, and I'm going to throw it out there. Then version 0.2 will be ready for download tonight, probably late tonight, so you can do it, install it in the morning. And then this weekend, what I would like to do, today's Thursday, maybe tomorrow, I'd like to start working on the histogram on the right-hand side of the price to show the histogram of resting orders, of the current resting orders right here. Not any ones that have passed, but like you're on a 1 minute, it'll show all the resting orders like right there, like a histogram. And I'd like to put the delta down at the bottom here. I like to be able to put the delta for each column, put the delta down there, and maybe the volume. Uh, and once I get that done, I'm going to put out a video of the milestone of all the stuff that's going to be coming in the future and the timeline it's going to be somewhat of a timeline that I'll get this stuff done. So right now we had an inside bar on the 5 minute. We kind of broke that. So you kind of broke that area. We kind of broke the low right there. And then we have right here, we have some, right here on the 1 minute as well. We've got some buy-in volume right there. So they're trying to absorb the sellers right there, but right up in here at 24, 584. At 584, you got some resting offers right there. And orders really, yeah, look, wow. That was pretty quick. That was pretty quick. So they are showing a little bit of aggressive buying, and we had some low volume right there, and we just shot up. That's a lot of aggressive buying right there. They might try and run this again. We don't know. We're above the 5 minute right here. We're above this area right here. So if we hold this area right here, we're at 183. You see where the resting bids are? The resting bids are right there. If we can hold that, we could possibly try and test up here in the 6.5, hopefully. The problem is you got all these sellers right here. You got a lot of sellers. This is the 5 minute right here. You got a lot of sellers right there. They're going to defend that area. And if you're trying to go long, you got to understand you got a lot of sellers are going to defend that area. There's over 1,000 contracts here, and these institutions, they're going to try and keep them profits. So you got to understand what you're up against. I have 33 contracts that just kicked off on the sell. That's kind of low compared to what we've been seeing. 37 right there. That ain't nothing. I mean, they're slinging around 100, 200 contracts, 100, 150 contracts easily. This right here, I'm just assuming there were some market makers that bought some stuff from institutions and they hedged against that, and then they're just and these market makers are unloading stuff. That's what I am assuming. We need to get above the if we wanna go long and you wanna try and get a run up to 6.5, we need to get up into this area. This all right here is resistance right here. All of that is resistance. Right now, this yellow line, that is resistance. Another thing I wanna do is have, kinda like how, Ninja Trader does, has a little box right there with an arrow, kinda looks like an arrow, uh, that travels along with the, yellow line right here. But that's just little stuff that can be added later. That's just little nice to haves that, can be added later. I mean, there's a lot of major stuff I need to get done, like, for one, the histogram of the, I wanna I wanna work on the histogram of the, resting orders. Once I get the histogram showing up on the right-hand side of the, price of the resting orders, the histogram, once I get that done, then I'm gonna work on the delta down at the bottom to show the delta and the total volume. And then once that's done, then what I'm gonna do is start working on having a VWAP integrated right into here. The problem that I have, which is really not a problem because I get to do what I want to do, with an add-on, you have to build every single thing yourself with an add-on. When you do an indicator, you can leverage the chart stuff like the chart trader. You can leverage all the indicators that people can use, like and also the drawing tools or whatever. But when you do an add-on, you got to code all that yourself. You just can't plop that in there. I mean, if I right click, there's no right click. I would have to code that. Right now I'm right clicking and there's nothing. I mean, I can left click and then drag this around, and drag this around, which is fine. And then I double click and it goes right back to the center. Now the double click is not going to work for you because I haven't compiled it and pushed it out yet, but that'll be tonight. But everything I have to code myself. All right, so we're above this area right here, that 5 minute right there. We're above that area right there. We really need to start breaking. Yeah, we really need to start breaking. We need to start seeing some volume. We got some resting orders, bigger resting offers at 616. Well, they kind of pulled a little bit because the opacity kind of went away for it. Right now, these shorts, they took some heat and probably got squeezed out a little bit on that pop we had earlier where we took the profits. Right now, these shorts, over 1,000 contracts, these shorts, they ain't taking no heat. If they're still in, maybe half of it or whatever, I don't know, but They're not taking heat right now. They're sitting comfortable. Those market makers that bought all these contracts and unloaded them right here, yeah, they're sitting pretty nice right now. They're not taking heat. And yeah, we got some resting orders up in here. On the 1 minute right here, the big window, the 1 minute, we just right now the resting orders is set to 10, so that's why you see a lot more. On the 5 minute here, I just have it set the resting orders to 20. So this right here at 600, that's the color is a little bit brighter than like up here, so that means there's more resting orders. Of course, when I throw in the histogram on the right hand side of the price, it's going to show you the histogram of where the larger amount of resting bids and offers are. So, and that's going to be for everything. That's going to be for like the 5 minute, the minute, 30 second, and also the live pulse. I'm yanking out the 15 and 5 second. I just think that's useless. Um, Later on, I might add like range charts so where people can use range charts if they want. I use range charts. I used to scalp off a 40 range chart. Um, and also a tick chart. If you want to use tick charts with this, I'm going to add that to this. Of course, that's going to be in the future. I really need to get the delta and the volume showing down here, kind of like I do on the indicator, the order flow bars indicator. And on the right hand side, get the histograms of the bids and offers. But that will be it. It's 11:22. We're not doing very much. We got some resting orders down in here. Yep, that's all the book shows. Up here, 6 half, you got the large resting order, and then way up here, you've got, yeah. So in the future, what I'm going to have, once I get the histogram and the delta and the volume showing down, what I'm going to have is start working on a settings. We're starting to move. We're starting to move, and let's see if we can take out those on the 1 minute. Let's see if we can take out those offers. Right now, they're not. Of course, we have to get up in here. We have to chew through all that too. We might get another run to the upside. At 183 and 33. I don't know if this is the. I don't know what institutions that are throwing in these large orders right here. I'm not privileged to that information. They are. They know what each other is doing and they play off of each other. So, hey, the market makers know what they're doing, but we are not privileged to that information. We got the 1 minute. It has some pretty nice volume kicking in. Um, We, we got some volume in there. We gotta chew through this, these resting offers up here. We gotta chew through those resting offers. We got some on the heat map, we got those offers right there. We've got to chew through. We got some nice green bars. Um, See that 1 minute on the green bar right there? That 1 minute. Yep. Keep going there, boys. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, we got some thin volume. Oh, we got a little bit of volume coming in. Oh, we got some buying volume coming in. If we lose that, if we lose that, I, I've got to get out. Right now, I'm sitting at 17 pointer, 19 pointer. Come on, 20 pointer. Come on there. We got 15. We got 17. Come on, got to push. We don't have very much sitting on the offers up there. Come on, push up there to 6.5, you little creep. Come on. Come on, you little boogers. Push it. Push it. Get them shorts running for the door. All right, I'm sitting on about 20 pointer, 22, 20. I saw 23. I'm sitting on a 23. I'm with that 6.5. You need to push it up to that 6.5. If we start breaking, yeah, buddy, that's what I'm talking about. Push them bad boys up to 6.5, 6.5. Come on, 6.5. Come on, 6.5. You look over there on the 5 minute chart, you see that big large volume of green distribution, this right here. If you break that, you need to be thinking about dumping that and taking your profits. All right, let me not say that because then I'll come out and do it, the little squirrel bag. Come on, you little squirrel bag. All right, I'm out. NQ runs like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. Come on, I thought you'd give me my 6.5. You ain't gonna give me my 6.5? Come on. Oh, now that I'm out, you're gonna do the 6.5. Now that I'm out. Now that you got me out right here. Now that you got me out right here, because we were losing this ledge right here. We were losing this area of the buy volume. You came down here. We had thin volume right there. I thought for sure we could shoot down to here, and I don't want to be giving up most of my profits. And now you're going to run this 6.5. Now you're going to run the 6.5. We got some selling volume up in here. Now, yep, we got some volume. Okay, this bar right here. You see that dark green right there? That means high delta. That means high delta. We got a little bit of high delta on the 1 minute. What's the 5 minute look like? We're sitting pretty well. We got 38 lot that kicked off. Squeeze that little piece of crap and get to 6.5 for you. Squeeze that little piece of crap out. Oh, we got another. We got 38 by. Nope. Squeeze the crap out of them. Go to 6.5, people. Come on. Come on. You gonna call me a liar on stream and I get to 6.5? You really are, ain't you? All right, all right. Well, that's good. I don't feel so bad getting out then. You know, NQ, I thought we were friends. I've traded you and we've been friends for 10 years. We've been friends and you can't even push the 6.5. Call me a liar right on stream. That's all right, NQ. We still friends. That's all right. We still friends. Alright, we got some buying up here. We got about 55 lot. Yeah, we got some buying up in there. We got 47 that just kicked off. That was one contract for 47. We got 55 up there. We got about 7, and we got about a couple hundred buy contracts up in here. They're gonna try and squeeze the crap out of these shorts right now, I bet. They're gonna try and squeeze these little boogers out. They're gonna try and squeeze them out a little bit. You possibly oh, what am I doing? I coded this thing, but, oh, come on. You really getting me now. Whoops. Mac does things a little bit different with the mouse up, down. Always gets me confused. You know, you had a nice little run up here. Okay, you had a nice little run right up in here. You had a little bounce area right here, and then we started breaking through. And then I saw this area right here. And I think I got in right around this area right here because I saw this large distribution of volume in the dark green with the delta, and I really need to code in the delta and have it down here. I really need that. And once we broke that, and you came up here, and then and then I don't know. I think I got like a 20 some. Yeah, so I got in around 6:03, right around this area, around 6:03 is when I got in, around 6:03, and I got out at, 6:19 and a quarter. So 6:19 and a quarter round in here because we were breaking that area, and then I thought for sure we'd come back down here, and I ain't giving back up my profits, and then we kinda ran a little bit more, which, hey, I don't care. Then, we did not get to 6.5, and Q wanted to call me a stinking liar right on stream. And I thought we were friends after 10 years in Q. I thought we were friends. And then all of a sudden, 38 contracts started coming in. And then we have, I guess you could call that an inside bar. And then we kind of broke down. Then we got some buyers up here trying to squeeze the crap out of all these shorts right up in here. Right here earlier, right around 10:30 or so, we had a nice little run up here. So if you got that short squeeze while you were listening to me, good job on that one. I didn't get that much. I didn't get that much. I can code a lot better than I can trade. There's a lot of you that are going to take this stuff and out trade me, which is perfectly fine with me. I'm happy. Which you could have done since we had a nice little run up here. We had a little inside bar, and we had some large, nah, I wouldn't say large, but 38 contracts. And then you got in on the break of that. You possibly could have tried to get like maybe 10 points out of this little run. And once you start seeing these large buyers kick in, and you start trading above them, you really got to get out. I know these gurus talk to you and tell you that, oh, you get a 2 to 1, 3 to 1, or you take a full stop out. Well, I call BS on that. I'm gonna trade what the market tells me how much it's going to give me. And I'm going to listen to the market when I get in and it says, hey, look, I'm telling you, all the selling volume's kicking in and I'm pushing this baby down. It's like, oh, well, yeah, I might be wrong. I'll go ahead and get out for a small loss or a break even. No problem. I don't listen to the stupid gurus on YouTube. And I'm not a guru. I'm just an old fart that's been trading NQ for 10 years. Been coding for 15 years and trading NQ for 10. The money I made as a software engineer, I threw in and started trading stocks because my uncle, stock trader, so I started trading stocks. I traded it during the financial collapse. That was very interesting. That's how I learned how to stock trade. And then I went into futures. Blew up a few accounts. I was trading futures before the fake prop firms came on, before Top Step came up, before I was trading NQ and ES before the micros even came out. So I had to sling the minis with the big dogs. And I could only do one contract because I was trading on like maybe a $3,000 account. Then I'd blow that up. Then I'd have to wait 2 or 3 months, and then I'd open up another account, blow that one up, and eventually I learned. Eventually, I learned. Except for this morning, I didn't learn too much. Throughout the whole years I've been trading, I wanted to click buttons pre-market like a dumbass. Um, but it is what it is. I got the one account that I had negative, I got that green. And then the funded account, that's still down a little bit. And then another funded account, that one's green. So it is what it is. You're not going to have profitable days on every account every single day. You just got to know when to stop. That's the main thing. You gotta know when to stop. You can't be tilting. You can't just go off the rails and full port and be like, "Screw it, I'm just gonna either make it back or blow it." You gotta have some self-control. If you don't have self-control, this market is gonna eat you up and spit you out. If you don't have self-control, you have no business clicking buttons in the futures contracts. Uh, yeah, just go ahead and email me. There's, the DOM The DOM has got some, threading issues and some caching stuff there's some performance issues with the DOM I need to take care of, but there's a lot of work that I need to do. Uh, and I'm seeing an issue with the indicator, order flow bars indicator. When I'm running order flow pulse, it seems like sometimes that gets zeroed out because I think it's the garbage collector. And I'm on parallels. I'm on a Mac and I'm running parallels for Ninja Trader. And I'm only giving it 10 gigs of memory. So, and if this is able to run halfway decent on that, then yeah, but I'm thinking it could be causing an issue. We don't have a lot of resting bids down here, to be quite honest, not even on the 5 minute. Yeah, I had some right up in here. Yeah, the 5 minute, this 5 minute is been to 4 ticks. So each bar on the 5 minute is 1 point. Okay. So, and the same thing with the 1 minute over here. The big chart, the 1 minute, that is bend tick merge to 4 ticks. So each bar is 1 point. And I found that to be easier for me to trade when I merge it, even on a 1 minute. I might not do that for a 30 second, but I hardly ever scalp that low. Most of the time, I would do a 2 minute. To be honest, the algos, the NQ algos. Here we go for another run. I mean, if we go for another run to six half, if we go to another run for a six half, it has to be with volume. Okay, it has to be with volume. This area right here is 608 is support. If you lose that, we can come down. Whoops, I wasn't even looking at the right thing. All right. Uh, so now it gets to six half. Okay. I kind of figured we'd go to six half. No, we got a nice squeeze. So when you see that large volume right there, you could possibly uh, get in. You see that large volume right there, and we're breaking this area. You can probably do a starter right there. Once we break this high, you got all these shorts right there, uh, all these shorts, and you got those shorts down there that are trying to tell you need to get out. If you got that pop, you need to be taking some off and moving to a break even, and the reason for that, the reason I would do it, like, right now, is because of this large volume right here, plus you got that large volume right there, and that is dark red. That means it's high negative delta. That means you need to be taking some profits and moving to a break even real soon, because this is thin volume. We went up fast. This is thin volume. This thing can slam right back down to 620 easily. That's why you gotta have your finger right on the button. When you see that large volume right there kick in, you need to get out. And the thing is, it's a telling tale because look at this. Look what happened on this one when we had this pop, when we had that large volume. We got up into this area. Large volume, what did we do? We traveled right back down. What are we doing again? Large volume right here, large volume right here. What are we doing? Traveling right back down. Look at the past, what it did when we had a pop. So many people are looking for a pop, looking for a 100, 200-point home run. I don't think that's going to happen, especially when you see stuff like this. When you see stuff like this, especially this one right here. I'm going to zoom in on this because this is very important. Look at that thin volume on that pop. So they ran it up. We had large volume right there. The opacity was kind of light, which means low negative delta. But this bar right here, a large volume, real dark red, that means high negative delta. And look where we're at. We're back down here. We're getting ready to go test the 6.25s probably. Or it could be a pullback and a run up to 25,000. Who knows? All I know is when when you see large volume like that and that delta surges, which really need to have the delta down here. I really need to have it. I have it. Uh, Let me refresh. Come on. No reload ninja script. Um, yeah, there's a problem, I think, with this one when I'm running order flow pulse. I don't know if it's because I don't have much memory, or we got some large resting bids. I mean, large resting offers right here. We're getting ready to take them out, probably around 700. They're sitting up there on the book right there. Let's see if we get filled. And we might get a green bubble. If they're really trying to push this, and we get a green bubble, they're going to take these out. Right now, in this 5 minute, these shorts right here, all these shorts right here, they took a little bit of heat here and they pushed it down. They're taking a little bit of heat right here. They could be pushing it down even more. So we came up here, we kissed this a little bit, we got absorbed, and we're moving back down. We can't break this area right here. You see how the opacity on that is kind of I don't know, lighter. Well, darker. You see how dark it is. We need to break through that. We got a 30 lot. Like I said, green order could kick off, and not very much. I want to see a large one, like 100, 200. That's what I want to see. 100, 200 kick off. Which would be really nice is to come down and get a large trapped 100, 200 sell contract and get it trapped and close above it and then get a nice little squeeze off of that one. Yeah, so we got absorbed up in this area. I mean, that's fine. You got absorbed up in that area. I mean, if you got in on that little run and you got out right here, that was the good call because we traveled right back down. That was a good call. We got some resting orders up in here, resting offers right here on the 5 minute. You can see the same thing. Resting orders, and look at that. They were resting up there and previous. They were resting up there previous. They were not so much. But right here, the 710 area is pretty substantial around this area right here. That is where they are looking at. Okie dokie. We got a large volume right up in there on that 5 minute. Uh, and if we're below that, that's bearish. If we're below that, that's bearish. We need to be above it. We need to be above it. We need to close above it. And we need to take out those resting offers up there. This has been quite a day. The big dogs really wanted to come out and play today, didn't they? Really wanted to come out and play. At 42, I can't remember if I got that or not. So we're building out an inside bar on the 5 minute here. We got to break this area right here. We got to break that large cell volume area right there. And also, it was right there as well. And also, right up in here. We got to break that whole area from 690 to like 710. That whole 20-point area needs to be broken in order for us to travel up more. You can play the absorption of this right here, this 30 lot. I mean, it's 30 contracts. It's not a whole lot. It feels like over 100 and some that would be really nice. And then you can get in on the break of that low right there. Or if we start losing, uh, if you build out a buy volume right here and we start losing that, they get absorbed. You can possibly try and short it and then put your stop above here and then try to get a run down. You can play the absorption levels. That's a little bit more advanced, but what you're looking for is volume coming in, a large contract. I mean, yeah, the 30. I have it set to 30, large volume, 30 for the bubbles to show up. So it has to be 30 or more of one order. That's one order of 30 contracts, one order. That's good. We didn't break higher. Okay. And then this candle right here, we could not trade above this. Okay. So that's telling me absorption. So when you start breaking this area down in here, you can start thinking about getting short around in this area right here. Put your stop up here and try to get yourself a nice run. Get yourself a little, I don't know, 680, probably 6.5, probably get yourself a nice 30 points right there. But that's a perfect absorption level right there. You got the resting orders right up in there sitting. I wonder what it looks like on that. Yeah, see, you got resting orders up in here as well. Anything up above? No. What about down below? No, not much. So, yeah, we couldn't get past that area. But if you look to the left, look at that. Look at that. We kind of poked up a little bit, but look at that. That got absorbed and came up here, traveled down a little bit. Now we retested that area. You had 30 contracts kick off. So, yeah, you can try to go short. And on the 5 minute, if you're looking at this and you see that large volume right there at 690, you can actually start getting short on that too, because we lost that ledge and you can get short on that, which is this right here. And you start getting short right there. Put your stop up here and you got a, I don't know, 20, 30 point short. what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to teach people how to follow what the institutions and the market makers are slinging around and how to play off of that. How to play off of absorption, how to play off of squeezes, how to play trap traders, whether it's trap seller, trapped buyer. That's what I'm trying to teach here because that is a very good way to trade because you know where you're going to get in and you know where you're going to get out. It's none of this, oh, the market is dumping. Well, it's already dumped 300 points. I think it's gone too far. It can't dump no more. So I'm just going to go ahead and buy, blow up an account. I'm going to go ahead and buy, blow up an account. I'm going to go ahead and buy. Oh, I pass an account. That's being a prop farming degenerate. Please don't do that. You really want to learn. I mean, if you want to try to make money that way, there are people that do it and have at it. But if you want to try and actually legitimately trade and someday get away from these fake prop firms and their stupid little rules and trade a real personal account, this could be a way for you to trade. Is it the only way? No, no. There's plenty of strategies out there that you can be extremely profitable at. And also, what I'm trying to do here is actually take the order flow and actually simplify it. I've looked at a footprint chart for years, and right now, what I'm trying to do is just simplify it for people and actually simplify it for myself, so I don't have to look at all those numbers and try to crunch them. Uh, and that's what I'm just doing here. Just trying to teach people how to play the pain off of other players, how to get the support of big players. Like right here on the 5 minute, you had large buyers coming in here on the 5 minute. You had large buyers coming in here on the 5 minute. So when you start breaking on all these sellers right here and all these large buyers, is that these sellers covering right here? I have no idea. All I know is there was over 1,000 sell contracts, and there's a lot of buy contracts up here. And if we break this area right here, we could possibly come up here and test like six half. I think I was saying six half in that area. Yeah, probably. We come up here and test this area right here, even 700 where this is. And we did. We squeezed it out. That's what you really need to look at is mainly where the large players are at. Where are the large players? What are they doing? Because if you just look at a regular chart, you're not seeing the full picture. Uh, you're just not seeing the full picture. And you've got the backing of these large buyers right here. So you can start throwing in contracts right here. Uh, and then we get a nice little pop. And once you see that high volume right there, you gotta sell some and move to a break even or just cut the whole trade. I know when we were up here and we saw that, when I saw this right up in here with that large volume, especially with that large high negative delta, because that candle right there was dark red. This one's not so dark as red, so it was kind of low negative delta. But this is real dark red. That's high negative delta. You need to get out. You need to take your profits and move on. And look what we did. We dumped, and we dumped on thin volume. So when you see thin volume shoot up like this, you can shoot down real quick because there's no interest in this area right here. So you can run down extremely quickly. And when you see stuff like this, that is a telling tale of like, oh crap. That's an "oh crap" moment. And why is that an "oh crap" moment? Because if you look in the past right here, look what it did too in the past. Did the same thing right up here, okay? It did the same thing right there. See right here? It did the same thing. High volume. And that really wasn't a lot of delta, to be quite honest. There was a little bit, but not too much. And we traveled right back down. Within that 5 minute candle, we just traveled right back down to here. So that's what you need to look at is the big picture and look to the left. Look to the left and see where are the large players? Where's your support right here? Well, you had a 54 contract that kicked off, and that's just one order with 54 contracts that kicked off, probably institution or market maker. That you could use as support for this area right here as well, okay? So we got up here and we got a large sell volume. Well, if you are using that 54 contracts as support and we're traveling down here below it, you might want to get out, and that's what we did right here. Now, granted, we came back up, but you don't know, right? When you're trading at this moment right here, when you're trading at this moment and you get this large pop right here, and you see that resting orders right there, and you see a large sell volume right there, you need to get out. For one, you ran up on thin volume. You need to get out. I'm just trying to teach people to survive. That's all. Don't listen to these gurus. Half of them, half of them are not even trading, to be quite honest. They just kind of throw out a course and sell you a course for like $200-300, and they don't even know what the heck they're doing. I mean, they'll show you a chart, be like, oh, look at this. I made a 3-to-1 trade. My stop was down here, and blah blah blah. And I take a full stop out, or I get a 3-to-1. And there are strategies out there that do that, and you make a ton of money doing it. But that's not for me. I mean, earlier you saw me take a trade. I think it was up. Yeah, it was up in this area. I thought we were going to get a short squeeze right here. I took on the trade, and that took a loss right here. Okay, and then we ran back down. Then I got in again right here, and that took the winner. So yeah, so I took a loss. Okay, I took a loss, and then I took a winner. Okay, I didn't take a full stop out. I was like, no, screw this. I'm out. I'm done. It's telling me my thesis is incorrect. So I got an eval that's green. I've got a funded account that's green, and I've got a funded account that's a little bit red. Okay. So I'm done trading that funded account that's a little bit red. I'm not even going to try to get it green. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll try to. I mean, all I need on that one is just one good trade, and then I'm back to back over to what I lost today on that funded account. Just one decent trade, and I'm done. Uh, and then a funded account's green, and then an eval is green. I've got one, two, three. What is that? That's one, two, three. Only three evals? Yeah. One, two, three. I got three eval accounts that are over 51,000. So hopefully I can pass one or two of them later next week. I'll pass one or two of them. Then I'll have like 6 or 8 funded accounts with Bullnox. The thing is with Bullnox, you got to be able to take a payout before you. I mean, you can only have 3 at a time, I think, activated, and then you take a payout, and then you can activate another one. I mean, 3 accounts. 3 accounts activated. That's plenty. That's plenty. I mean, my word, if you can't make money off of 3, you got to really rethink the situation, because I'm not prop farming. I'm not a full port slinger. Yeah, here on the East Coast, it's 12 o'clock. Here on the East Coast, it's 12 o'clock. You probably won't see very much. We got some resting offers up here. We got this whole area you need to break through. So tonight you'll be able to update order flow pulse. You'll be able to update it. Right now you can grab the price and kind of go up and down like that. And if you control left click, you can drag it around. And tonight I'm going to add, when you double click, how it recentered right there. I just need to compile it. Once I get the code in there for the version, I'm going to put the version number up here so it matches up with the site so you know which version you're on when you have to update. So I'm going to throw that in there tonight. Uh, and then I'm going to compile it and throw it up on the site for a download. So tomorrow morning, you can check. Tomorrow morning, the version will be up here, and the version on the site I think is already 1.0.1. There'll be .2 later on. Let's see if we can break through these resting offers right up in here. We need to break through with some volume though. I mean, it's 12 o'clock. It's lunch hour. It's going to be low volume, as you can see right here. It's going to be kind of low volume. Sometimes they can really run during lunchtime. It's just years ago it wasn't like that. So they got absorbed a little bit right there on the resting offers. Yet you got some more kicking in right there around 685. Um, I mean, would I try and go long right here? No, no. Well, I tried to go short right here. No, just because we're just in a balanced area right here. It's just a nice up, down, up, down, up, down. We're just in a balanced area. So I probably possibly wouldn't try to do anything, to be quite honest. That's just my style. I need to have large orders to know what I want to do. Uh, like this right here. Where were we? Yeah, like this area right here. You had the large sellers right there. And then you had this area right here. We had an inside bar. We ran up. We had an inside bar. 59 contracts kicked off. That was one order of 59 contracts on the inside bar. Then you see that 50 lot kick off. You can get in and get yourself a nice pop and sell real quick. Uh, that's kind of like how I like to see. I like to play off of the large players. Um, Run with the big dogs. If the big dogs are stepping in and they're slinging around like 100, 200 contracts in one order, you got to understand there's not that much. You don't see that much liquidity in the level two because level two is just a micro snapshot. It's just a millisecond of a snapshot of the level two. You're not seeing the real. We got 155 contracts that just kicked off. You're not seeing the real. So if you get in here, if you get in here, you want to. So if you get in here, you want to put your stop down here because if that 155 breaks, you need to get out. If that 155 breaks, you kind of like have to be like, I don't know if I want to do this. Are we going to test the 700s? I have no idea. All I know is it's lunchtime. I want to see volume kicking in. I need to see volume kicking in. I need to see the delta start climbing. Right now, the previous bar we were at 450 positive delta. I need to see delta kicking in, or we're going to get absorbed here. We got more volume. Are we going to go to 70? We're going to go to 70. I mean, I'm out. I'm out. I saw those wrestling offers right there. I'm out. So I got in right here. I just took a few points. Okay. All right. And we're breaking through. That's fine. Um, I, you want to play off the backs. There we go. You want to play off the backs of the large players like that 155 right there. And then you start running up. You got to play off the backs of the large players. I normally do not trade after 11:30, to be quite honest. So right now you got 150 pop lots. If you can get in there, you got, like, let's say you got in at, 690, you ran up 700, you got yourself 10 points. You should be in a profitable trade. If you lose that 200 area right there, just take profits, start, you know, you're starting to lose that area right there. What was 5 minute doing? The 5 minute, I need to, that's here, I need to start making notes. I need to, these bubbles are way too big. Eventually, I'm going to have a, so I got in where that 155 is, and I got in here and I saw the volume. So I kind of stayed in, and then we kind of came up to this area and we just couldn't move. So I just went on ahead and cut it. I just cut the trade. I'm like, forget it. See, look at that. Look at that. That's why if you lose that 200 contracts, you got, if you got in here and you see these large buyers up here, they're not able to really keep pushing heavily on 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 the volume picking up on the green. Yeah, just get out. Just take a small winner, get out. I don't care if it's 5 points. Just take your $100 and move on. Okay, it's better than taking a full stop out like these gurus will tell you. Yeah, get your 2 to 1, 3 to 1, or yeah, take a full stop out like I do. Yeah, BS. I don't trade like you. Um, This is what you really have to look for is large buyer, play off the backs of the large players, and try to get yourself some points. Um, let's see, to do, to do. Make the bubbles smaller bubbles. So smaller bubbles. Now, in the future, and this will probably be next month. In the future, I'm gonna have a little cogwheel up here. You're gonna click on that, another window's gonna pop open, and you'll be able to customize the crap out of this thing. You'll be able to change the colors, you'll be able to change the size of the bubbles. I don't know, the opacity you might not be able to change because that goes off of delta, how much delta is coming in and out, but I don't know. Let's see what we can do. See, you lost them large buyers right there. Them large buyers got lost and they just said, "Oh crap, we've had enough," and then now they're just puking out. Okay, yeah. Uh, Now they're just puking out. Oh, you got 11 funded on Bulldogs. Good job. I think it's now 11. Um, yeah. Let me look at the rules on that. This actually might be pretty good. I thought I could only have three. I need to. Yeah, I'll look at that. If that's the case, I'm gonna friggin' activate some and go at it, man. Um, yeah, they needed to change something because Apex is eating their lunch on that. Look at this puke out. Look at that puke out, man. Lord have mercy. What are they doing to the market? Wow. Yeah, that is a big screenshot this and throw that up in that. Okay. Um, yeah, smaller bubbles. I need to do, uh, yeah, smaller bubbles. I just need to kinda make them a little bit smaller. That's a little bit too big. In the future, you're gonna have a cogwheel, and you'll be able to, change the size of the bubbles all you want, and then change the text size and stuff like that, and change the colors and things like that. But for right now, I just need to get this solid, lockdown, uh, pretty good. So, that's, what I have. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have the bubbles, be reset. There's gonna be a setting. So on here, let me switch over to live pulse. Um, Let me bring up another window. So the pulse, if we go to NQ, it should recenter. March 26. Um, then we'll go to live pulse. We'll click apply. Um, it should recenter once it gets down to the bottom here. So if it gets up top, it should recenter. Oh, come on. Yeah, so it recentered. Yeah, if you go too small, I don't know how small of a window you're trading because what it will do, it goes off of, I mean, if it's too narrow, I don't know how narrow you have it. You can send me an email with a screenshot and I can try to match up like I mean, right now it's yeah, so it should recenter. I don't know how narrow you have it. If it's too narrow, then yeah, that could be a problem. I mean, let's try to get this real narrow and see what happens. I don't know. I mean, that right there is pretty narrow. Um, I don't know. You'll have to send me a screenshot at the support email, and kind of show me. But that's the live pulse. Yeah, I don't know. You have to send an email. Yeah. Also another thing, if you're having problems with like live pulse or something, you can always like right here. You're having problems. You can just hit this clear button, and the clear button clears everything out. It just clears everything, and then kind of starts all back over. Now I'm only keeping about 2 hours of data, and it just kind of clears everything out. Uh, yeah, there's those little small quirks that there's just small little quirks like that that will eventually uh, get worked out. But right now, there's just some major stuff I need to really wrap up. Um, Here, I gotta write myself some notes. I can get this stuff done and compile it and possibly try and have this up on the site. After lunch, I'm going to go ahead and work on this and maybe compile it, get it up on the site, and have the new version out before the market reopens at 6, hopefully, maybe. Just check the site and check the version. Uh, on the site, the version says 1.0.2, and then you can download. Smaller bubbles, I need to add version number to the window. Add version number. The right double clicking is working for me, and then compile and upload the site. I think that's about it. That's just a very small update. That's just a very small update that I can do. Very small update. Yeah, this morning was a little crazy. I woke up late. Then I had breakfast. I was trying to stream, trade, and eat at the same time, and I ended up losing money on one account, on two accounts, basically, on two funded accounts. No, one funded account. Then I traded a funded account, made money, which I thought I was trading the funded account where I took took a loss on. Crazy morning. Um. Oh, that's another thing. This 5 minute, 1 minute. 5 minute, 1 minute, 30 second. I'm going to remove the 15 and 5 second. That's just kind of ridiculous. You can always just go to live pulse if you're trading that low. Uh, Later on in the future, I could probably add in replace of that. I could add in. Uh, I can add in range bars. and add in range bars or tick charts. That's gonna take a little coding on my side to be able to do range charts and tick charts. I don't know how many people trade off of range charts or tick charts. I'm not too sure. I used to scalp off of range chart. So we got some large buying up in here. Well, they are really running this thing up and down to look at that 407. Look at that. 407 contracts hit the market in 100 milliseconds. One bubble is 100 milliseconds. Look at that. 407 contracts within 100 milliseconds. That ain't no stinking retailer. That is an institutional market maker. That ain't no retailer. I forgot to recenter. Got some resting offers up there at 745. I wonder if they're going to run it and test them. Yep. Come on, test them 745, 7.5, 7.5. Test that 7.5. Do you have enough gas in there? Do you have enough gas in there? Also, eventually I need to be able to, so you can drag the timeline here, the timeline, and be able to drag it and make this wider. I need to add that in too. There's a lot I need to do. Oh, come on, man. I thought you had it in you. Got a little topping tail on the 1 minute. How is this? The performance is somewhat decent. There's a few things I could tweak out a little bit. If I keep adding more stuff, then performance is going to get hit, and I'm gonna have to rethink about some stuff. Um, I mean, what I could do is, but I mean, to be quite honest, we really don't need to see resting orders way down here or way up here. But that ain't that's not hitting the performance too bad. Just crank this up to 25. That's a 5 minute, 25 resting orders will show up. So that's 7.5 is pretty large area with the resting orders. And then you got this down here, which resting bids are not very much, to be quite honest. Got a little resting order right there at 682 roughly. Yeah, it would be nice. Well, a lot of this stuff right here, like the ticker's gonna have to stay there, but the minimum volume, the large volume, the resting orders and the bins, all of that right there is going to be removed and put into the cogwheel. When you open that, a new window is going to open up, and those are going to be settings that you can set, along with like color changes and things like that, and bubble sizes, text size, all that. That's all going to be there. Right now, I just kind of have to throw it up top until I can get to it. Got some large orders that kicked off right there around 670, 669 and a half. These bubbles will show up with like that bubble right there with the 98, that was within 100 milliseconds, 98 contracts. And since the opacity is kind of light, that means it's light positive delta. That 266 within 100 millisecond, the volume that kicked off, since it's a dark green bubble, that means high positive delta. Oh, wow. Boy, they are really running this thing today. Wow. This thing is being ran to the ground. Wow. This is like some serious movement. Got some serious money being slung around today. Yeah, 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 I know. I just want, wait a minute. Let's remove that. What? We got 25 ATR. So the ATR is 25. Yeah, this is being ran pretty hard. So if we switch over to the minute, the 1 minute, when you click clear on the 1 minute, like when you click clear on the 1 minute, it clears everything out and it's going to start on the left. And then for every minute, let's go over here to 30-second, click apply, click clear. So every 30 seconds, it's going to, it's tick bend to one, maybe tick bend that to two. It's going to start on the left and kind of grow out. And then when it gets to here, then we'll start recording the history. It would be nice. I need to have it switched over to start on the right, to be quite honest. It needs to start on the right and then kind of grow out. I kind of have it ass backwards a little bit in the code. So that was probably a late night coding session that I did that. I need to fix that and have it come over here to the right and then kind of grow out. But it is what it is. Um, when you go to order flow pulse right here and you type in like NQ, type in NQ and then March 26. I say do minimum and a large minimum volume of 2 to even show a bar. A large volume of 10, resting orders 10, that's fine. And we'll tick mark it to 2. And then you go to 30 seconds and you click apply. Then it will load up. And as you can see here, it says loaded 346,000 ticks. Okay, so it loaded up 346,000 ticks. Loaded up 346,000 ticks. And that's all that area right there. But it's some thin volume. Yeah, I need to really, boy, those bubbles are large and in your face. Those have got to be toned down a little bit. Oh, yeah. Smaller bubbles, add version number, remove 15, remove 15, 5 seconds. let's see. I'm gonna run the. I'm gonna run the live pulse. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna keep the stream running, but I'm gonna get off and go eat some lunch. I'm gonna get off the stream. Uh, I'm gonna keep it running, but because I want to see if there's any errors that show up or what happens. I'm gonna keep it running, but I'm gonna go eat some lunch. Then I might be back later. I'm just gonna keep it running on stream and see what happens. Alrighty. So we kind of ran up to 720 area. We just kind of sold off. Yeah, so we kind of ran up to 721 area. We had some wrestling offers up there, and we just kind of sold off. And we got some wrestling offers down here at 24 6 and a quarter. Not much is going on. I took a scalp up in I forgot when it was. It was just a 10-point scalp at around 104. Around 104, I took a small scalp up in this area right up in here. It was like a 10-point scalp. So, yeah, I looked at Bullnox, and it says you can have 11 accounts to have, and they say something about having three of them activated. Um, Master account, multiple accounts. So I don't know why they do this. Trader could have up to 11 active master accounts at a time, but they say active master accounts at a time. Traders can activate up to 3 master accounts simultaneously. To activate each additional master account is required to reach the initial starting balance on one of the 3 previously activated accounts. Each subsequent master account is reviewed individually, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I mean, that's good. I mean, of course, they might not have updated their website. Who knows? Um, but I'll just grind up a few of them and get a payout and just keep activating them. And what I would like to do is get a whole bunch of activated accounts. I mean, maybe I should try to do this with Apex, Apex, because you can copy trade a whole bunch of them. I think 20 of them. Have like 5 accounts that copy trade and just try to get like $200 and like just try to get $200 in one account that you trade. Just get like $300 and make yourself like $1,000 on average a day and see how that works. Because it's a lot easier to make $300 than it is to make $1,000 in a account. Now, yesterday, yeah, I made $1,000 because we had that big over $1,000 because we had that big sell off, and uh, I got lucky, and I was in a short when it wanted to puke out. I mean that's good. Um, this would be a valid short, but we've got these resting orders down here. That's the problem. We have these resting orders down at 6 1/4 right there. So I really don't want to try and go short. And then because you got those resting orders at 6 1/4, if you break through them, then you can at least get yourself about 10, 20 points before you get down to this area right here of these resting bids. Uh, but yeah, and then we're kind of bouncing off of that. So that's what I would like to do. Maybe I should try that with Apex. It's just, or I could do it with Bullnox and just copy trade them and then like 5 accounts because it's easier to make 200 than it is 1,000. 200 copy trade 5 accounts, make yourself about $1,000 average a day. Problem is if you go all tilt on stuff and you blow up your account that you're trying to trade, you're blowing up 5 of them. So copy trading is okay if you're disciplined enough to do it, to be quite honest. If you have some self-control and you're disciplined, then yes, copy trading works. Or if you're just a prop farmer and you just copy trade 5 of them, blow 5 of them, hash 5 of them, 5 blow 5 funded, get a payout on 5 funded, yeah, sure. But what are you gonna do? Are you gonna spend like $5,000-$10,000 a month to make 30? Yeah, I'd do that, but quite honestly, I really don't wanna do that. Just because 'cause I've traded before the prop firms came out and before micros came out, and I'm just set in my old ways of capital preservation and grind up accounts. Take a losing day when you have to, just make sure it's small. And the good thing about trading a personal account, you don't have the stupid little rules about consistency. Now, you still want to be consistent in a personal account. Don't get me wrong. You still need to be consistent. But the thing is, let's say you have a banger of a trade. Like yesterday, it was a 100-point trade. I mean, come on. And then all of a sudden, you're going to get denied a payout. Sorry about that, but in a personal account, that's not going to happen. We're running up on really thin volume. We're running up on really thin volume, which is fine. You can run up on thin volume. I didn't see any trigger to get long, to be quite honest. I mean, what am I going to do? You got 189, you got about 200 contracts, sell contracts right there, but you got a lot of support there. But I mean, you could at 6.5 go long, thinking those are going to squeeze out, and maybe they did. I don't know. Just remember, when you get a run up like that on thin volume, it can run down just as quick. It can run down just as quick. That's a lot of thin volume right there from 6.5 to 770. You got about 20 points of really thin volume, actually 30 points of thin volume. Uh, and we're just in like a chop zone. It's a pretty big chop zone, though, to be quite honest. Boy, today was a very interesting day. This only goes back. How far is it going back? I think it goes back. Wow, this is going back quite far. Mm. And I'm thinking I'm having an issue with the order flow bars chart. This chart right here, when this is running and order flow pulse is running, sometimes the order flow pulse is running fine, but sometimes this chart right here, this data will get cleared out and you have to reload the chart. And it seems like it only happens to me when I'm running order flow pulse. So I don't know if it's because I got very low memory that I'm giving to Windows and parallels, very low memory that it's just clearing things out. What I need to do is just run order flow bars without nothing else and see if that happens. And if it doesn't clear it out, then it could be an issue. And then run it again with order flow pulse. And if it clears it out, then there could be something in the code that I wrote with order flow pulse when it's removing all the objects, when it's removing all the data to clear out memory. It could be clearing out order flow bars too that's running. And if that's the case, I got to find out in the code where it is, which I have a good idea. And then I have to write something in there that doesn't do that. So in about an hour, I need to take off. I'm going to shut the stream down in about an hour, and I got to take off. Um, but I'll be back at it. Yeah, in about an hour, I got to shut the stream down and take off. Well, actually, about 2:15, I'm going to shut it down, and I got to take off, and I'll be well. Tomorrow's Friday. I'll be back at it tomorrow at 9:15 in the morning. Let's see what kind of news is coming out tomorrow. On the 13th, we've got 8:30. You got PCE price index, U.S. consumer spending month over month, U.S. durable goods. Yeah, you got a little bit of news coming out at 8:30. You might get some movement. U.S. jolts job openings at 10. University of Michigan sentiment prelim at 10. So that could move the market as well at 10. So tomorrow you got to be careful around 10 o'clock. Got some red folder happening. Are you going to shoot up? What you going to do? One 30. Not an ideal time to trade for me. Looks like you're going to sell off. We had some absorption. A buy imbalance that got absorbed up top on the previous 1 minute. Uh, did I not recenter that? What's up? Let's see. Yeah, so it's been a profitable day. Through one, two, three, four accounts that I traded. Four accounts that I traded. It's been profitable. Doo, doo, doo. That one account my one funded account, that one got down. That one's down a little bit. One good trade on that one tomorrow or next week. We'll probably bring it up. I'll probably trade that one next week because Fridays are not usually good. So next week, I'll probably, like Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, I'll trade that one funded account that got hit a little bit today. It only got hit with a few $100. I mean, one good trade will clear that out and plus some. Yeah, just one good trade on that. Got one, two, three, four accounts that got traded. Three of them are green. One of them is a little bit negative. I mean, one good trade next week, and that one's going to get brought back up well into the green. Up funded account will be up above 51,000. Got one, two, three, four or five accounts above 51,000. So that's how I trade. I just slowly grind accounts up. Yesterday was a huge winner. That was really nice, but I got lucky on that short. If you watch that video, that 100 NQ point run on that short, I got lucky on that. Because I'll tell you, I had two contracts on, and when it broke, when we swiped down, I took took one contract off and I moved to a break even. Then all of a sudden, All of a sudden, out of nowhere, that thing just started puking out. So I just started trailing it down. I just trailed my stop down until I took some profit. Uh, I mean, it says 100 NQ trade. It was a lucky trade, to be honest. It was a home run, but it was lucky. I was trading 2 contracts. I was trading 2 minis thinking, okay, swipe down, cover one, break even on the other, and then I got that runner that just crushed it. And that's the thing. You're not looking for those home runs. You're not looking for them. They will come to you. Don't be clicking a button thinking, all right, 50 pointer right here, 100 pointer, 50, 100 pointer. Don't be thinking that way. Just thinking, okay, trade setting up, odds are in my favor. I know before you click the buy button or sell button, before you enter the trade, you got to know exactly where you're going to get out, and you better get out there. Do not break your rules. You got to be disciplined. You got to have some self control. Don't be looking for home runs. They will come to you, and they're nice. But don't go looking for them. We're just consolidating around. We had on this 5-minute bar right here, on this 5-minute bar, this right here is the 5-minute pulse chart. 5-minute pulse chart. These, we've got a little inside bar right there on that. It's kind of wide. I like them a little bit short. And then we got another inside bar, so that's forming. We're going to either break up or break down on this one. We're either going to break up or break down. I do not know which way. I don't think really anybody does. You just got to go with the flow. That's a large selling volume right there. We got some large selling volume right there. And the one thing about this bar that I developed, you got to understand that the bar right above there, that low one, the opacity was light, so that's light negative delta. This one, the opacity is dark red, so that means high negative delta. So, and this is on a 5-minute, and it's tick merged to 4 because the bend, I need to say merge. You basically take 4 ticks and you merge it into 1 point. So each bar is just 1 point on the NQ. And I do that because the NQ trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. So I just tick merge it. And that's what you have to understand is that is high negative delta. We're kind of pushing down. Uh, so we're not much is going on. We've got the live pulse running. I don't trade off of this live pulse. I'm just running it to see if we have any problems. The chart is not lagging, so that's good. I mean, if I can run this on a MacBook Pro running parallels and only give Windows 10 gigs of RAM, and this thing's able to run like this, your system. Hold on, hold on. What the heck are we doing? We got a buy and bounce right there. Let's see what we can do. We need some volume to kick in real quick, and I'm just going to get out and just take my profits and run. You don't see it on order flow pulse, but I saw it up here on this one. This chart right here, this right here was a buy and balance area. That was a buy and balance. So once we start breaking up there, and we have another buy and balance there. So this was above 50% of the bar. So I got in, but I got out right up here. Right up here, I got out because this right here is a buy and balance, but we got absorbed. So we ran up here, and I was thinking, okay, we could get absorbed. So I just cut it. It's like 136, so I just have to cut it and just move on. Now, eventually, what I'm going to do with this, what I'm gonna do is I am going to, once I get this docked back in, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, and also another reason why I got in is because I looked over there and I saw that buy and balance. I was like, "Okay, we got some momentum," and it was pretty solid too. That was pretty thick buy and balance, pretty solid. It's probably a double stacked one. Um, and we were breaking this area right here, that high sell volume, and we were getting ready to break this. So I just jumped in, got me a little quick one, real quick, little scalper, guy, just quick scalp and get out. Uh, that's how I do it. Quick scalp and get out. Now we got some sell. We got some. If you look at this right here, you had buy and bounce that got absorbed and we sold off. Buy and bounce. That's when I got in and we kind of ran up, and I just took my profits up in here. We got a buy and bounce right there, and we closed below it, so they got absorbed. So what are we going to do? Are we going to move back down? More than likely, the high probability of us breaking through and running is not likely. Could it? Yes, but I'm looking at the past history. Buy and bounce, absorbed. Buy and balance. Could it get absorbed? Well, these buy and balances right here, they didn't get absorbed. We ran up here to this area, so I just got out. Right now, we just got a little inside bar right there. A little, I guess you could call that a hangman, and that's kind of bearish. And are we going to come back down to the order flow bar moving average? Probably right there. And we kissed it and bounced off of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these. I'm going to take the buy and balance, and I'm going to throw it up on the charts up here for order flow pulse. I'm going to try and do that this weekend. I'm going to try and do that this weekend. And what I'm going to do, since this, I don't know how I want to do it. Well, I got an idea I'll just start out with. Um, the tick bin, when you tick merge it, it's not gonna do the stacked ratio, the stacked and balanced and ratio off your tick merge. Eventually it will. Right now it's just gonna do tick for tick. So if you've got 4 ticks, like one whole point, and all 4 ticks, no, maybe 3 ticks, because that's what I do on this one over here. Maybe 3 ticks of a stacked and balanced area, and then a ratio of like 4. So it has to be 4 times more buying than selling, or vice versa. And what I'm going to do is probably have another bar extended out right here and have just low opacity. Have some kind of sign right here to show you. Maybe a green one for a stacked buying balance with very low opacity, so you can just see it. Maybe have the bars only extend out. Like this bar right here is pretty wide. Maybe only extend these volume profile bars with the delta colored only about 80% out. So that way, even if you do have a stacked volume balance or a sell imbalance, you'll still be able to see it. It'll just be a low opacity though. And of course, I'm probably going to have to do that when I do the cogwheel with the settings. Yeah, we got some resting offers up there around 704, right up in this area. Let's see if we can get up to there. Is it 704? Yeah, roughly about 702, 703, somewhere up there. It ain't got to be exact. You get the idea. You get the idea, folks. Are we gonna run up there and grab that liquidity? Maybe, maybe not. Got to pick up the volume, folks. Got to pick up the volume. Pick up the volume. Live pulse bubbles have got to get bigger and going up. They're going the wrong way. The live pulse bubbles are going the wrong way. Also, I'm going to have the delta down here. Each column right here, each column right there, you can barely see it. It's gonna have the delta, total delta for that bar, and it's gonna have, it's gonna have probably volume in there as well. We had a 5-minute, inside bar right there, and we kinda broke that area, and I got me a quick scalp right there. It was about 10 pointer or something. What was it? Yeah, wasn't very big. Wasn't very big, but at least, won about 500 for the day. I haven't been able to take a lot of trades, because I'm still getting used to trying to stream and trade at the same time. Most of the time when I'm trading, when I can do like $2,000, $3,000 in a day, that doesn't happen a lot. But the days that it does happen is when I shut the door in my office, and I've just put my headphones on, noise canceling headphones, so I don't hear the wife and the kid. And then I just play some nice music, and I just sit there and NQ and I have a nice conversation together throughout the morning. That's when I can usually crank it out. Somehow, when I start streaming, I can't trade very well. I don't know why. I just can't chew bubble gum and walk at the same time. We got some liquidity down here at 6 1/4. So you got some bids sitting on the book at 6 1/4. They're pretty dark right there, so you got some light liquidity up here, but this is pretty dark at 6 1/4, um, because and you got some more down here as well. Right there at 6 1/4, you got all this area right here that they will probably defend the buyers. I probably need to put something in here. I would like to in the future, and this could be an idea in the future, have another add-on window, have another window open up and kind of tell you, are you above VWAP for the day? Are there more large buyers than large sellers throughout the day? Kind of calculate all that and kind of show it in and something like this, like a window like this, just a small window you can have to the side, and just kind of show you what's going on throughout the day. On the daily, are we positive, negative? Are we, uh, what's the CVD for the day? Things like that. Have the VWAP number. So when you look at the volume weighted average price, if the price is trading above it or below it. I mean, just a little window right there to give you some stats. What the ATR is? Yeah. So when the ATR is like 40 ATR, like, hey, I need to size down or I'm going to get slaughtered like a pig. Uh, yeah, you just need to know that kind of stuff, folks. You kind of need to know that kind of stuff. Whoa, let's go on down there and get that liquidity, boys. Let's go down there 6 1/4, go down 6 1/4, get it, grab it, get it. Come on. You know you want it. You know you want that 6 1/4. Come on, get that 6 1/4. Now, see right here, we had 189 contracts at kickoff right there. And right here, if you look to the left, they tried it before and they got absorbed and we kind of ran up. Could we do the same thing? The volume bars are picking up, the volume bars are getting wider, and we ain't going nowhere. So that right there is telling me some absorption. We're starting to break it. We got 111 contracts that just kicked off, as you can see on the live pulse. Let me take a screenshot of this. This might be actually a really good one to show on the. All right. So we got, oh, they ain't getting absorbed. They selling it. Are we going to go down to 605? Look at that. Oh, well, we could spike down. Let's see where this candle closes right here. Let's see where it closes. Let's see where it closes. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I need to get them bubbles a little bit smaller. The bubbles need to be smaller. That's right. You you come to the stream and you just call me the bubble trader. Say, "Hey, man, I'm watching the bubble trader." "The who?" "The bubble trader." "The heck is a bubble trader?" "Well, he just looks at bubbles with large numbers, and he either buys or sells off of that. He's a bubble trader." "Or are you making any money?" "Yeah, yeah, I'm making a little bit of money. Just gotta follow the bubbles." "You got to follow the bubbles." "Come on, NQ, you little squirrely freak, go up." So it got absorbed, and we kinda spiked down on low volume. You don't get in right there, because right there you took some heat that you didn't need to take. You don't take that heat. You wait for momentum to shift. You gotta wait for the momentum to shift. And you can either trade off the live pulse bubbles and be the true bubble trader, or you can just look at me and look at the stinking volume bars and kinda and the pace of the tape and just kinda be like, "Okay, we broke that. Maybe we break 633. Maybe we ain't gonna go down." Now you're at 633, now you're at 653, and you got yourself about 20 points. You lock some in, folks, because right here we got some low volume that it needs to pick up the volume. They got absorbed right here, just like they got absorbed right there at that 189. And then you had another dummy come in here and say, "Well, I want to short the market." Why? Because this 189 couldn't do it, but I sure the heck can do it with my 111. I'm going to go ahead and short. And you get absorbed by the buyers and they just smoke you. And what told you that? The bubbles. Now, seriously, with all due respect, if we break that right there, where we're at right now, we break that when we start coming down here. Well, for one, if you're up here and, and you see this thin volume and we still ain't pushing, and you look to the left and you see this volume here, that volume there, this volume right up in here, right here, we're losing that previous 5 minute little volume patch right there. Once you start losing that green right there, you need to start selling some, sell some, pay yourself. Please pay yourself. Your bank will thank you. Your bills will thank you. You don't want to be the trader that you don't want to be the bubble trader that could have caught the absorption, ran up here, and because you were a pig, you wanted 50 points, and now you're down to a break even. Now you're going to wish it goes back up, and then all of a sudden it sells off 50 points, and then you kind of lose money, blow a funded account or something, and then you're asking your mama for the rent money. That's not the kind of stuff you want to do, folks. You just need to pay yourself a little bit. I mean, why not? Why pay yourself a little bit up here, move to a break even. Maybe you got stopped out. Maybe it's starting to reverse again. You can always get back in. Just don't give back the profit you made up here. Manage your money. Manage your money. You got to understand how this freaky beast trades. And another thing, what I'm looking at, where okay, we have a 5 minute, and then we kind of popped, and then what I'm looking at is this right here, folks. I'm looking at this yellow line. This yellow line is the order flow bars moving average. I need to throw that up on the site, but actually it's already on the site because it's the Heikin-Ashi bars. The Heikin-Ashi smooth bars that's already on the site that you can download. Basically, this yellow line is taking that data and taking the upper line and lower line, which is the current, and then which is the open and the close. The open is the lower, the closed one is the top one, and it's just basically merging that data together just to give you one moving average bar, one moving average right here, and this is called the order flow bar moving average. Not my idea, to be quite honest. Not my idea. I read some papers from trading institutions. I read some papers from trading institutions of how they were trading their high frequency bots, and they used the Heikin Ashi data, not the candles, because they don't do that kind of crap. They used the data, the open, high, low, close divided by 4. That's what Heikin Ashi stands for, Japanese for average bar. It just takes the average price and then it kind of smooths it out to a 9. I smoothed it out to a 9 EMA, but if you download the indicator, you can change it to whatever EMA you want. It just smooths that data out to the 9 EMA moving average, and then it gives you those 2 lines. So what I did with that 1 line is I just merged that 2 lines together to get the difference, and now I got 1 line to look at. Because I don't need to be looking at 2 lines because I'm kinda stupid and it kinda confuses me. I mean, to be quite honest, you could possibly get a monkey and train the monkey. When the monkey sees the bubbles, he just clicks the button, okay? And when he makes a good trade, you give him a banana. It's quite easy, folks. Some of these people, some of these gurus out here, they make this stuff a lot harder than what it needs to be, and trust me, I've been trading for over 10 years now, the NQ futures. Trust me, there is no holy grail out there. I searched and searched and searched for it, and then I tried to code me my way to profitability to be multi-millionaire. I tried to code my way into it. Yep. Yeah, I got some accounts, passed them, got me some funded money, got me some good stuff, and then all of a sudden the market shifts, and then that little bot that I programmed just started losing money because I did not understand. I thought this was a math problem. I didn't understand that there's different market conditions. You just got to keep it simple, to be quite honest. And I found my approach, and my approach is just volume and delta. Order flow and delta, large orders, large institutions. It's just following the large players. It it doesn't need to be very difficult. You don't need. I have seen some charts out there, and I looked at one last week. I looked at one, and I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, I can't even see the stinking candle. You got so much information on there that I can't even see the daggone candles. And if you're a new trader and you got a whole bunch of stuff on your chart, the best thing I can say is take every single thing off and delete it and just sit there and look at it. Just look at the price action for a couple of days. Don't click no buttons. Don't do anything. Just look at the price action. Just look at the price, how it comes down. Look at support and resistance areas. See, right now we came back down right here, and we got 177 live. Pull me once, pull me twice. Yeah, see, now we're really going to sell off. So, um, boy, they must have ticked off the shorts. Um, yeah, they really ticked them off. Look at that, 200. Boy, they really pissed. They really pissed. They want this market to go down. They really ticked off now. So I had a little absorption up here and we kind of ran up. Remember what I said earlier? If you got your profits, go ahead and take it because now if you didn't take it and you're trying to shoot way up here and try to get yourself a nice 50-point run or maybe shooting for 100 point, you got to take your profits when you see the low volume kind of dry up and you can't really break that high right there. And, this, and we kind of come back down to the break even, then you're like, okay, I'll, uh, I'll just wait and we'll have another run, and then now look at it. You're in the hole. All because you didn't take profits. Always trade multiple contracts. If you're slinging around in one contract many, maybe you want to downsize. Maybe you should trade 10 micros. So when you trade 10 micros and you see an order, when you see something like this, maybe you can jump, when you start climbing up, but the volume right there, jump in 2 contracts, then 2, then you break this, jump in another 2, and your cost average is probably down here. You come up here, you see the volume start drying up. We can't break the highs. We're not climbing anymore. The delta has stalled it. The delta is not positive anymore. It's not running up. It's not surging. It's actually flat. Uh, Go ahead and sell 5 contracts. Move the other 5 to a break even. At least pay yourself. At least pay yourself. And that was an inside bar on that 5-minute right there. Whoops. Was it? Yeah. Low volume. Start seeing that low volume right there. And you start breaking this area right here. You need to get out because we'll probably just slam back down like we just did. So it has some absorption. You start seeing the green and you start breaking this area. You can get in. Let's say you get in at 635 because now you got the momentum to the upside. And maybe get out up in this area, 645. Get yourself about 10 points. Uh, wow. What if we look back here? Had some buyers back in this area. We go back even further. Do about 950. Yeah, we have nothing up there. We're pretty low. Pretty low. We got 26 contracts that kick in. You can get all these shorts uncomfortable. If you can get these shorts uncomfortable, you can probably get a nice little squeeze. If you can get them uncomfortable, you gotta have the big contracts uncomfortable. And possibly uncomfortable is taking out this area right here, around the 635 area. You take that out right here. I don't know. Maybe I need to code me a crosshair or something. All right, maybe we can get these shorts uncomfortable a little bit. Maybe I need to switch in account. That one's already up a little bit. I don't want to get back too much if I'm wrong. Get them shorts a little uncomfortable. Maybe, yeah, maybe that account. Okay. Because what I'm looking at, and this happened again. Looking, all right. If we can get them uncomfortable, if we can get them uncomfortable, and probably run a little bit. Come on, get them, get them. Squeeze them little mother lovers out of there. Squeeze them. Yeah, I'm just going to take a little bit. Why? Well, late afternoon, 2 o'clock. I don't like clicking them buttons. I don't like clicking them buttons after 11:30, but I'm a degenerate. I like to click them. But I have the self-discipline to take profits. All right. Let's see. What we get on that one? Sweet. We got 10 points. I will be a 10.1 hitter day in and day out, folks. Day in and day out. You take them 10 points day in and day out. You just grind them accounts up. Don't be looking for them home runs. Don't be listening to them stupid gurus on on YouTube saying I get a 3 to 1 or I take a full stop out and guess what? I made $5,000 today and blah, 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 blah. Tell them to shove it. Go get you 10 points and be consistent. As long as you're consistent, who cares? Be consistent. My batting average is about 70%. I am consistent. Why? Because I've been doing this for quite a while. In the very beginning, I really sucked. I tried to trade crude oil. Man, did I blow up some personal accounts on crude oil. Holy smokes. I think I only blew up one because I got slaughtered. I think I only lasted about a week in crude oil. Yeah, ICT, yeah, ICT has some good things, just like anything, good and bad and everything. Order flow, I mean, I'll have to maybe I need to do, I mean, ICT is, it has some good things about it. If you really wanna understand where it all started, um, Peter Steinberger, I think in the '80s, it was a floor trader, auction market theory, and, what Michael did was probably take a lot of that and just reword it. Uh, I mean, I don't trade ICT. Some people do and make good money at it. Some people don't. Just like order flow. Some people make good money at it. Some people don't. You got to pick what works for you. You got to pick what works for you. And if order flow works for you and it clicks, trade that. ICT works, trade that. Uh, the Bollinger Band thing, if that works, trade that. Let me look this up. Peter Steinmeier auction market theory. I think it's what it is. Peter Steedmeyer. Peter Steedmeyer, Meyer, I don't know. The auction market theory uh, is the trader who developed auction market theory while working at the Chicago Board of Trade in the 1980s. Peter Steedmeyer, auction market theory. Core idea of auction market theory. Is price fair? If not, where is fair value? Price moves away from value. Market finds new buyers and sellers. If participation increases, price continues. If participation decreases, price returns to value. This creates a balance, imbalance, balance cycles. You know, just type in auction market theory in Chat GPT, and you'll be able to read some of that. And then you can type in like auction market theory and ICT. And a lot of that stuff kind of coincides with each other, to be quite honest. A lot of that coincides with each other. So why did I take this trade? Why did I get out? Where did I take this stinking trade? Wait a minute, what time is it? 2:05. I got an appointment I got to be at 2:40. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so I got in at 6:32, got out at 6:42. So 6:32 was like right around in here. 6:32 was right around in here, up in this area. We were breaking that area, and then we kinda shot up at 6:42. I took it off right here. Uh, I mean, the bar is already formed, and I'm trading off a 5 minute. I'm not trading off of 1 minute. I'm trading off of a 5 minute. And to be quite honest, what I'm going to do is right here. I'm taking the 15 second and 5 second. I'm removing that. Nobody, you don't really need that. You can go to live pulse or you trade the 30 second. Sometimes I hyper scalp on the 30 second. Maybe I can do that one. I'll have to do that when I get my hotkeys back. I need to. I've did an add-on with hotkeys. I can't release it because it has some little quirky things in there that only I really know about. And if somebody else tries to do it, it'll probably tick them off. but I know how to work with it because the code kind of got jacked up a little bit. Um, uh, there's a video I think on my site called the 2 minute sweet spot. A 2 minute sweet spot. I trade off 5 minute. We have a 5 minute up here and a 1 minute, just a minute. I'm going to rename this stuff to one MIN, and then I'm going to put a 2 minute up there and then a 5 minute, and just keep and obviously keep the live pulse in the 30 seconds. Maybe next week I'll scalp off the 30 second chart like this. But when I do that, I take profits very quickly, move to a break even, take a little bit, move to a break even, try to get a runner. But 632, I got in here because well, for one, you got that 111 there, you got that 177, so you get about 300 contracts right here, and we have all this support right here with the bids and the previous history of it. And we were breaking that area right there. And I was thinking, okay, we can break this area right here, this 632 area right here with all this selling right there. You know, I might get lucky and come up into this area. Uh, and that's what we did. And then once you start coming up and you see low volume and you don't see the delta, I need to really get the delta down here to really do the delta. I really need to get the delta down there. When you don't see the delta climbing or surging and you actually in a trade, you really need, or I could put the delta on the, I don't know, I'm probably down here where other platform, every other platform does it. When you see low volume and the delta is kind of drying up, it's not moving, you need to start taking profits. Just take your profits. Now me, I just scalped, I was just in one mini contract, so I didn't sell half and move to a break even because it's late afternoon. I'm not giving back profit. I'm not giving back profits I already made, to be quite honest. If I gotta jump down and trade 5 micros, I'll stink and do that. I'm not giving back profits I made in the morning, folks. I'm not gonna be an undisciplined you know what, and and get slaughtered like a pig in the afternoon. No, 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 and then go to bed all pissed off. You're like, oh my god, I made $500,000 and I just gave it all back. Then you get all ticked off, and then you start telling yourself, man, maybe I'm not cut out for this. No, you're cut out for it. It's just you need to be disciplined and take some profits. Uh, like the old saying goes, bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. Don't be a pig. It's real easy. Don't be a pig. See, when you run up here with low volume and kind of trickle back down, like right up here, we ran up here, we had low volume right there. Do, do, do. We had low volume. We had really low volume right up in there. And you got some resting uh, offers up there. So you just kind of want to take some profits. You just kind of want to take some profits. And also, if you're up here in this area right here, you kind of have to look back at the history, which I need to get this chart a little bit better. This chart, this order flow pulse is not meant to look at historical trading stuff. If you want to do that, you really got to use the default Ninja Trader charts and look at a long-term 5 minute or like a 30 minute or whatever you want to do. I usually do. What I normally do is I look at a long-term 5 minute and I look at a volume profile with 30 minutes. And in the future, I'm going to code my own volume profile stuff with the value areas and stuff like that, just because I want to. Oh, hold on. Let me do, do, do. Uh, All right. This guy, Peter Steedmeyer, something like that. I'm not very good with names like that. I'm just a redneck from Virginia. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Whoops. No. Yeah, $660. Could have been more, but it's hard for me to stream and trade at the same time. I will eventually get used to it. I will eventually get used to it. Let's see, I've traded one, two, three, four, five accounts now. That one account right there, oh, that one's looking really good. I'm about halfway there. Just that cranked out 255. That was a nice one. That account's about halfway there. That account's halfway there. That one's got about 2,000 more to go on that one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I need to get these. Oh, what time is it? 2:15. Okay, I need to get these bubbles just a little bit toned down. Not as so much in your face and how big they are. They need to be a little bit toned down a little bit. I think I want to maybe not use the opacity for the delta and the time charts like the 30-minute, 2-minute, 5-minute. Maybe not do that. Because I'm gonna have the delta down below, and you actually look at the delta, and just have that kind of low opacity a little bit, so you can see through it and see the volume bars. No, that's not what I wanted. Do, 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 do. No, that's not what I want either. All right. Yeah, I'll be back at it 9:15. 9:15. Oh, well, the views are 133. It will, I guess, it'll eventually get cranked up there. I got 7 people watching, so hey, we'll eventually get up there, folks. We got 36 a lot just cranked off, but here's the thing about that. You got some people sitting in the books up here. You got some offers sitting on the books right there. And we tried to come up there before and we kind of went down. We got an inside bar on that 5 minute right there. Looks like we got if we can hold that now, if we lose this area right here, that's 6.5, then yeah, you're gonna come more than likely, you're gonna come down to 6.25. I'm not saying to go short right there, I'm just because it has to line up, okay? Um, but this is kinda hard. I mean, you have to get through all this area right here. I mean, that's where your first target would be 690. If you break this, I mean, it's too late in the day, 2:20. I'm done clicking buttons. I'm done clicking buttons. It's a profitable day for me, so I'm not worried about it. This morning was not looking too good. If I didn't click buttons pre-market, I'd be a lot more profitable. It'd probably be about 800 $1,000 if I wasn't stupid and clicked the buttons in pre-market. I have no idea why I did that. It was my first cup of coffee. I woke up late. I didn't get to my desk at 8:30. I was on my first cup of coffee. I was trading a new 5 minute pulse chart right here, and I was like, "Yeah!" And I just got all happy and clicking buttons, and then I ended up red in 2 accounts. Yeah, that's not very good, and then I had to dig myself out today. I blame not having 2 cups of coffee. Not getting at my desk at 8:30, 2 cups of coffee, plus it was kinda hard for me to trade. I was streaming, I was trying to trade. Then, the wife brought in breakfast for me, which is great, but she did it at 9:30. It's like, "Oh my god," and I can't complain about it because I got an awesome wife. So, I just take it with a grain of salt. Uh, yeah, you see what I'm talking about? Let's see if we get to 6.25 before I have to cut it. So we lost that volume area right there. That's what we had, 36 contract buy order, and then there was thin volume right there. We had an inside bar. We broke that. That was nice. You might have tried to scalp that with that large volume right there and try to get yourself maybe 5 points. It ain't very much. But we had this area right here. We just don't have enough power to break through. Of course, it is 220. And then if we lose this area right here, like we did, we come back down, we lose that area right here. We'll probably come back down to 6.25 into these sellers right here. Maybe we can drift down to 6.25. Can you get 6.25? Come on, give me 6.25. Can I get 6.25? No, I don't want to see buyers stepping in with volume. I need to get below that. Get below that. Get below. Get below. There we go. There we go. Come on, push it. Give me 6.25. Give me 6.25. Come on, sellers. Step on the gas. You got nobody in the books right there. Step on it, and you got 6.25. Okay, thank you. That was a lot harder than what it needed to be there, sellers. But now you're stepping on the gas. See what I say? If we were up here and we lost that area, probably go down to 6.25. I'm no genius. I'm just a redneck from Virginia that knows how to add. And if a redneck from Virginia can add 2 plus 2 and can trade bubbles, you sure the heck can. Come on, sellers, go down there. Look at all that liquidity down there. Look at all them people just sitting on the books down there. Look at them. They want you. We need to have a nice battle down in here. I wouldn't say he copied them. Market profile, not really. I'll have to. You know what? This is what I'll do because I know there's going to be a lot of people that if the stream gets, I gotta get going. I gotta cut this pretty quickly. But if the stream gets going, I know a lot of people are going to come in and be like, "Well, don't you trade ICT?" Because I've had people before in a Discord that I'm in. They just said, "Well, aren't you just trading fair value gaps?" I was like, "No, I'm not. I don't even care about the fair value gaps. I care about the volume and the orders that are coming in, the order flow of the orders coming in, the flow of them." Um, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare the two. Now, ICT, uh, order flow, market profile, and ICT. Some things are alike, and some things are different. And what I'm going to do, and I've done this before, is and I'm going to compare the both of them. And it's not going to be a comparison saying order flow is better than ICT or ICT is better than order flow. It's just going to be a comparison. You make your own decision. Uh, and it's just going to be a comparison. And there's a lot of things that are similar. It's just different wordings. That's all it is. Just different wordings. Things are similar. It's just different wordings. Uh, and I'll do a video and throw that out there. I mean, it might piss some people off, but I could care less. I don't care about pissing people off. I mean, if you can't take data and run with it, make your own decisions, that's not my problem. Um, so I will be back at it at 9:15. I need to cut the stream. I got my we got the 6 1/4 from up here. If I said if we lose this, because we can't break through here, if we lose this area, then we'll probably go down to drift down to 6 1/4. And I guess we did. And we got a lot of liquidity on the books, people sitting on the bids down here. So the shorts be like, yeah, I don't know if we want to try this again because we got our little butts absorbed here, here, and here. They got a little money down in here, but then they really got going kind of to the upside. So I will be back at it 9:15 tomorrow, Friday. Remember, tomorrow don't be clicking a whole lot of buttons going red because then you'll be pissed off the whole weekend. Just take a little small green day and walk away. That is all I have. Talk to you later.